Okay, I think everything's in order and we're back. This will be the third restart, second restart, the third stream. We have to restart every 12 hours. I'm so sorry, friends. It's so annoying. It kicks out all the viewers and I have to start a new video.
Division pop-up from Task Force 23. FYI, this was an evac request from the parents' children wanting them to leave, but they do not want to leave.
Okay. Don't worry your family, guys. Get to safety so they don't worry all day about you. Okay, so
Task Force 23, Branch 7.
One moment, friends.
Palisade operations, Palisade air attack V1. Can you meet me on air to ground 6? LA Eaton air attack on command.
Eaton air attack command, go ahead, sir.
LA Eaton air attack with aircraft release. Tanker 914 release, empty back to San Bernardino of 1710. Tanker 41, Palisade operation, empty back to Fox. They should be on the ground now. And checking status of Tanker 02. If they have not lifted from their previous location, we'll go ahead and cancel that. So just confirming that Tanker 122 returnable calls.
Operations, Branch 7 on command.
Eaton operation, correction, Eaton air attack, LA copies. Tanker 914 empty.
Operation,
San Bernardino 1710. Tanker 41 empty, should be on ground at Fox at this time. Updated information for Tanker 2. Turned down assignment due to time and sunset. You do still have Tanker 169 if they have not checked in with you in the air on the way.
Positive contact with Tanker 169, Tanker 95, and Tanker 74. And Never had communications with tanker 122.
Copy. We'll follow up for tanker 122.
Division Yankee Zulu from Branch 7 on command.
Branch 7, Yankee Zulu, go ahead.
Did you have an answer to that last request?
Yeah, I just advised Branch 10. 20 Charlie was able to make it to the address. House is unoccupied and no impingement from the fire.
I copy. Thank you.
Operations Palisades Air Attack Command.
Division
Palisade Operations, Palisade Air Attack on command V1.
Victor Trainee, Branch 7 on command.
Hey, operations from Branch Command.
Hey, if you're up here, can you come up to Shireen and Stunt?
Operations Branch, gonna give you a cell call if you pick up.
Palisade Operations, Palisade Air Attack Command.
Hey, go ahead for operations. Go ahead.
Operations, got you now. Just want to touch base with you. Your last transmission broke. Transition was air attack.
Air attack, you broke there, talking about transition.
Yeah, just let you know we need air attack with aircraft release. To go. Had any change in the priority?
Eaton attack on command. Go ahead.
LA air attack. Tanker 74, Tanker 5, release back to Porterville, empty, ETA 1733.
Eaton air attack. LA copies. Tanker 74, Tanker 95, Back to Porterville, ETE 1733.
Air attack operations, you copy that? No change.
Operations air attack to me.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time. No change in prior transition.
Okay, copy that. No change in priority. And, are you guys placing the order for the aircraft tomorrow? I guess to go direct with LA.
Sorry, friends. Welcome back. Hit the like button to get the hype train again, so other people find us. Yeah, MJ, thanks. Thanks everybody for the pats on the head. I'm sorry. Ma called, and she took care of me when my tooth cracked in half. Dropped everything to help. So I was going to answer her questions about
Operations air attack on command.
what the hell's been happening here. And I canceled my immediate plans.
Operations air attack.
Branch
Air
1 on
attack
command.
310 is outbound to Hemet for the night. You have copter 22 making his last drop, then he'll be headed back to camp. And Bravo 78 is dropping last tanker 169. They'll be closing out with dispatch.
This is Topanga. And you see the wind change direction occasionally, blowing
I don't know
uphill.
if it'll be air attack 310, but you will have an air attack at 08.
Go ahead.
Our last evac at 18459 coastline is code 4. Two adults do not want to evacuate. They will be maintaining.
Great.
Copy address one more time.
18459 coastline.
Good.
ETA back to Hemet, sir.
Copy, thank you.
ETA back to him at 1727.
1727.
Well, we've been live for 24 hours, friends. I've been sitting here at my station for about 21. I just had my tooth repaired. It's a permanent filling. And I think I just chewed the side of my mouth a lot. I couldn't stand the hunger. I had to get some cheese curds or something. I'm starting to feel it. Yeah, RJ says no pizza tonight, maybe wonton soup. Yeah, no pity pizza tonight. It's definitely not victory pizza. People are dead. I've been getting worse and worse feeling as time went on that we could really be having a fatality event. I don't know the status of the burn victim found by the side of the road that could no longer move, the downed civilian. But that didn't sound good. I think the death toll rises at 5 now. I think I've been seeing stuff. The people who are watching other channels, you know even more than I do, because I have been avoiding them. I can't, and I just don't want to show people's homes burning down on my stream. This would make people who are trying to have a refuge away from that stuff leave as well. So we're the refuge where we don't show that. We don't show the ads. Thank you so much, everybody who's become members. And everybody just found us. Right, Brayton, ibuprofen. Yeah, David says the mods did great while we were gone. Yes, thank you, friends. The mods are so wonderful. Please give them pats on the head. You have special emoticons if you become a member. So they say hi, and there's the cool Phoenix sunglasses, the pat on the head, and the heart. And the more people become members, the more custom funny faces we could put on here. So somebody says 7. Oh, God. Okay, so...
LA, Bravo 78 on command.
I've sworn to myself I will be awake until 6.
Eaton lean plane guide.
6 p.m.
Aircraft release, tanker 169, released empty, Fox 1720.
I haven't
LA copies. Are you going to remain on station, or are you heading back as well?
seen any news articles. Taking screenshots.
We're going to stick around, sure, copter 22 gets to his fuel location, and then we'll be departing. We'll let you know when we're off the Eaton for the night, back to San Bernardino.
Well, Joe.
Lean plane, LA copies.
What else can you hook me up with? Gee.
Division Papa, 94 Charlie in command.
Yeah, thank you, friends. No, I didn't really get any pain meds from the dentist. Now I'm starting to wonder if I should have inquired about that. I've got a couple left from the nasal passage surgery. So that's where I disappeared to. I had a very rough recovery, plus I witnessed an attempted murder in late December. So I wasn't feeling festive for a holiday thing.
Division Papa, 94 Charlie in command.
So I've had a rough couple of months, guys. Everything's improving, knock on wood. Just gonna have a you know, I don't want to, the fates, I don't want them to hear. I don't regret the nasal passage surgery, but they found that there's a huge infected cavity, and so they had to remove it. But that explains why I was getting so damn sick all the time. And
Branch 7, Juliet on command.
so they told me my acute recovery, bedridden time would be up to 2 weeks. Well,
Hey, Juliet, Branch 7, go ahead.
they revised that to 6 to 6.5.
Yeah, I'm going to need the gas company for a gas main break at a residence. Let me know when you're ready to copy address.
Oh, dear. So, I was hoping we'd have a great start to the new year. It's been rough, but I'm not complaining. It's just, that's the way it's been. So, Jay Connors, hey, thank you. It's good to see so many familiar faces. And under these circumstances, I was going to have a happy stream, guys.
Operations Bravo 78.
Of thanking people and just doing anything that's not fire related.
Okay, we're done with fixed wing operations. We were able to pin down that spot for you, and then you've got the order for tomorrow. Copter 22 is outbound as well, and so all the aircraft are off the fire for the evening. We'll be departing in about 3 minutes back to San Bernardino.
It's because they lost the light. That's normal. Every day there's more light. So, admittedly, I've not been able to follow as much as I should have just now.
That was good work today, picking that spot up. Things are holding around there, and then Texas Canyon's the closest crew in that area, so have a good night.
All right, this is very important stuff. As air attack leaves, they give a final assessment, and then they say what we should have for tomorrow. So they've got a lot of...
Yeah, we focused on the spot fire, no other areas on the fire that we were able to put retardant for our shift.
Damn. This is the Eaton we're hearing, by the way, to the right in general, but air attack can vary.
Bravo 78.
Okay.
Come in.
Okay.
Hey, Juliet.
I've been talking for 22 hours.
Eaton lean plane guide with your traffic.
Thanks, I've tried.
Okay, Branch.
After off the incident for day off.
61 Elm Street.
70.
I'd like to get a gas.
Have a good night. LA, Palisades Air Attack Command.
Charlie.
Luna, Bella, I'll have 5 of each, please.
7-8, you're stepped on your timer. Go ahead for that timer.
I'll have 5 Rice Krispie treats and a cup full of Valium.
78, returning San Bernardino.
Stay fine.
Advan, whatever that is. Sounds good.
Command, go ahead.
Okay, Julie,
LA, Palisades air attack, just confirming if a night air attack was ordered for the incident this evening.
Okay, so air attack's talking now. Palisades is left channel. We just heard from Eaton. The right.
1 Charlie.
Come on, air attack. Let us know what's up. Let us know what's up. My heart sank today when they seemed to have lost control and had new evacuations over at Old Pass Road. I was really hoping they'd hold it there.
Operations Branch 7, command.
When they said Camp Joseph was being affected, I was like, oh God, it must be, the fire crews must be pulling out.
Obstacle for IC.
Hey, regarding the civilians at Camp 8, Las Flores is open to PCH now. I'd like to get law enforcement stage to receive the 5 individuals at PCH in Las Flores. Can you make that happen?
Yeah, we'll work on it. Gas main break 561 Elm. 561 Elm. Contact 5801 Charlie. 5801 Charlie.
LA, Palisades air attack, command.
And what happened to the tanker?
Palisades air attack, go ahead.
The tanker
LA,
field truck?
Palisades air attack, inquiring if a night air attack was assigned this evening, and also has the order been placed for tomorrow aircraft.
That's okay, bro. You did
Palisades air
great.
attack, LA copies your traffic. I'm currently checking with our desk.
Copy.
I don't nap, you see. I stay awake for long periods of time
Branch 7.
via self-hypnosis.
Air attack operations on command.
I make a deal with my body that
Operations, go ahead for air attack on command.
it can sleep as long as it wants to.
Regarding air assets for tomorrow, those orders will be placed by the team AOBD.
Copy that. Just inquiring the last air attack passed on that they did not place that order. I concur with 0700, everything that was assigned today. Additionally, you probably have us for about another 10 minutes, and then we have to depart.
Okay. Listening to very critical stuff. So there's Pasadena there. The lead plane's going home. Where's air attack? A lot of action by Malibu here. So, can anybody tell me how it went wrong by old by Sullivan Gulch here? Did it go into Mandeville Canyon? That's a death trap. This entire road I identified as a death trap. Pure stupidity to kind of remain there.
Operations from MSC.
And have any delusions about being able to defend.
Traffic for operations, repeat your identifier.
Absolutely no shelter-in-place options if it beep hits the fan. And one way out. If you had to go east or west, you can't outrun fire up a hill, so death trap.
Traffic for operations, repeat. Operations, Roger, from MFC. We're attempting to contact Division J.
Okay.
For an evacuation.
So the skinny on the helicopters, which I found out today, is the biggest ones.
Go ahead.
Have the roughest time in the high winds. So the Chinooks self-grounded. The pilot said, hell no, we can't go today. They tried around 10:30 in the morning.
Operations from MSC. You ready for an address and number?
That left the helicopters and minicopters. The traditional ones, Firehawks and the like, they went into action. But
location 16169 West Sunset Boulevard, apartment 105. Contact phone number 3106.
I'm muting now. I try to mute phone numbers. It's kind of abusive to broadcast that to the world. You guys blew me away. We had something like 69,000 views. You guys are too wonderful. Was it really like 69,000? Yeah. So what you have to do, okay, they're still talking about phone numbers and that stuff. Okay, what is self-hypnosis about? Yeah, I read a book, but I was doing it on accident in track and field long before I knew what the heck I was doing. So there's a book about it. I can't remember what it was called. But you have to understand how your subconscious works and what it wants. It's just, it's not really you. It is the alarm system of the house, your body, right? It's there to protect the body. And it's dumb as a post. It's a big dumb animal, but it's very powerful. So it's in control of buttons like push adrenaline, make you freeze or run or whatever in a panic. It's dumb as a post. So in general, you don't want it making decisions for you. So one of the things though is you can make deals with your body when you say, I need you to do this. It's not a request, it's a need. You will do it or we won't. This will impact us severely. We won't make it. It'll believe everything you say. So you have to start the process and then kind of train it. If you say, look, get us through something and then you can rest all you want, I'll feed you the best, most nutritious food. I will get rest, I swear to God, sleep as long as necessary, not do any new labor, blah, blah, blah. You promise it, there will be a recuperation time. And then it will agree to be there for you for whatever it thinks you need. You have to keep the bargain, otherwise it doesn't work anymore, and you can't pull off these feats. This isn't my first time at the rodeo. I don't know what my longest stream. I don't know what my longest stream was, but something like 78 hours. So I could sleep for 22 hours. Well, the nighttime helicopters are the big ones, so that's not too surprising. Yeah. MJ, are you talking about Blancolario? Juan Brown. Man, he's a good guy. I've never met him, but I have some funny stories about how I thought he knew about my channel, and so I embarrassed myself going into his. Okay. They have nighttime capability. It's the big Chinooks, though. So they're the ones that can't fly in heavy, high winds. Oh, Les Lamac. Do I think it'll be a bad wind and fire night? Possibly. Let's check. Okay, we don't need to hear about the individuals and how they're going to get down a hill. Okay, so remember, whenever you're reading the even if it's from something reputable like the National Weather Service, remember there's a fake forecast and the real one. Whenever you see a special hazard, okay, the fake forecast is I don't understand why they're so dang different, but unless you know, you'll be totally caught unawares of really tragic things like high winds and stuff. So humidity is a whopping 7%. Holy God. Below 43 is getting really, really nervous for biting your fingernails for fire danger. And below 30 is like, oh God, that's super dry. Below 20 is like, well, yeah, it's Arabia, all right. Anybody see my camel? And below 10 is like, is it hot in here? Oh, oops, I walked into the oven. Didn't mean to do that. Spaced out for a moment. Forgot I worked in a bakery. Okay, because single-digit humidity is literally baking cookies in an oven has more humidity than that. So 7, all the lotion in the world can't keep your knuckles from splitting and your lips from bleeding. I mean, you have to like cut yourself with Vaseline or something. Okay, just checking on the radio. So we got a current Santa Monica Municipal Airport. Let's make sure it's a current. Remember, there's a fake forecast and a real one. The fake one is just down here where it's probably going to tell you on an app. Tonight, mostly cloudy with a low around 50. Breezy with a north wind, 20 to 25 miles an hour. Decreasing 10 to 15 miles an hour after midnight. Winds could gust as high as 30. What? Yeah, BS. That's fake. Go to the real forecast, which will be whatever the special is up here. You have to click on it and read a bunch of paragraphs to find out what the reality is. Don't ask me why they do this. So we have 2 things in effect. High wind warning until tonight, ending at 6, half an hour from now. This tells the truth. High wind warning in this area until 6. North winds 25 to 30 miles an hour, gusts up to 45 on the Malibu coast until 6 p.m. Damaging winds could blow down trees and power lines. And guess what? Camp 8, they thought was damaged mostly by the fire. It was wind damage. There was a lot of wind damage for structures all over the place yesterday. Here's the red flag warning, which also gives you a better picture of what the hell's going on. And they'll give you this situation. PDS is there is no deadlier situation. That is, it says particularly dangerous. Okay, but that should be more attention grabbing. I'm just thinking they should rename that. You know, something that screams life and death. You know. So a PDS situation statement has expired. However, regular red flag warnings remain in effect. Tell that to the dead people. Red flag is what we have here. You have 7% humidity. I don't care what your other metrics are. You have red flag. I don't understand. But it's based on numbers. It's kind of anally retentive, what they call a red flag versus a fire weather watch. If the point is to alert the public to be careful, then just go ahead and call it red flag. Who cares about the stupid little numbers? Anyway, gusty offshore winds with low humidities will continue through Friday for Ventura and LA counties. Through Thursday morning, north to northeast wind gusts of 30 to 55 miles an hour will be common across typical the typical Santa Ana wind locations. Okay, I needed to proofread this. Through Thursday morning, north to northeast wind gusts of 30 to 55 miles an hour will be common across the typical Santa Ana wind locations. No, it didn't make sense. Strongest across the mountains and foothills. If you notice where these fires are starting, it's in the foothills, up kind of higher up on the hills. It tends to be where power lines are. I don't know where the point of origin is for the Palisades, though. I don't think there was a power line up there. It seemed like a trail, but I don't know if we're looking at the correct spot. But power lines tend to fail where they get slammed by the winds pretty frequently and when there's vegetation nearby. So if we saw like the Malibu one, for example, and others that I suspect might be power line fires, well, it's up there on hills. That tends to be where fire can race down them towards a community. But what does an arsonist want? The same result. So it's hard to tell the difference between a power line sort of accidental fire versus intentional arson. People brought up other theories, Yes, there could be other explanations. But when it is arson, you the community better be alert to that possibility, because the arsonist will repeat the behavior until caught or dead. That's just the nature of the crimes. So if we look at some of the others that were very suspicious in the area, the alleged arsonist who was the line. I keep getting the bridge and the line mixed up in my head, but he was the UPS or some other delivery driver. And what an arsonist is, a firebug type. They are excited by red flag conditions. The excitement of, will this cause a lot of destruction? Will it not? Is part of the intrigue. They're impulsive. They tend to see an opportunity and take it. And copycat crimes can be similar. But mostly they don't put a lot of thought into things. But a very clever arsonist is a dangerous animal and a bit more rare. Most of them are dumb. The profile of a firebug is a stupid person in general, and or sociopaths, or people with prefrontal lobe brain damage, sports injuries, cracked skulls, and the like. But yeah, firebugs do not stop until they're caught. They're usually caught pretty young as youths. They start out in childhood a lot of the times. But our society is stupid, and we have decided that instead of trusting like psychologists and putting people in mental hospitals until they can't get out until they're proven non-danger, it's very different. It's, if somebody commits a crime as a youth, they shouldn't be held against them. Okay, psychopaths are born. Yeah, there's yes, that's old terminology, I know, but they're generally born. You can get them, people that act a lot similarly later in life. However, they are born, they are not able to care about other human beings. If I asked you to take a pencil and just snap it in half, could you do it? Of course, anybody could do it, right? Well, then what if I burst into tears and I brought in a grieving family and said, how can you take this pencil away from its family? You'd be like, what the hell, right? That's the way they're puzzled. Why do we care about each other? We are just objects. So the people that are like that, hey, they don't know what it's like to care about somebody else. They have never experienced it. It's like a switch that's off. There's something wrong with them. So when they're children, they don't give a damn. You get them a pet cat. Well, where did the cat go? They took it apart to see what was inside, okay? This is just because you have a bunch of warnings in childhood does not mean they should ever see the light of day. However, when somebody commits an arson crime below the age of 21 and even above the age of 21, all you have to do in California is be good with your parole. Yeah, model prisoner, get out, do your time, and boy, state of California hides your arson conviction from the world. Yeah, it's old terminology. People will be like, hey, but okay, yeah, psychopaths, sociopaths, and they got interchangeable as terms. Part of the reason they changed the terms, but you get the idea. It doesn't matter what you call what. Yeah. Okay, let's look at a cam. Sorry. Okay, yeah, narcissists are similar, but they don't have a violent compulsion. They can you don't want to piss one off. They'll ruin your life, usually in nonviolent ways, usually. But a narcissist can kill. There's overlaps in all the cluster B personality disorders. Am I a psychologist? Nope. I am not qualified to diagnose anybody. I'm explaining the basics because I had an interest in becoming an FBI profiler. And so I had privileges such as attending lectures with real FBI profilers. Arson was one of the things they covered. And I learned at that point I did not want to get into that. I don't want to get into heads of sick people like that. Every once in a while I wonder if should I be a fire investigator, and I would have to. We were looking at Topanga earlier. Hang on a second. The radio came back to life. Sorry, didn't notice. Palisades. Okay. So we could have an arsonist out there. You assume one is there until this area has been lit on fire before, recently by an arsonist, the line fire. He's suspected, okay, he's alleged. I say alleged, or I get sued. Did the camera just go down? Will it come back? Because that was getting interesting. Oh, please come back. Oh, please come back. Okay. I have a Fiona Apple. Ow. High compliment. Fiona Apple's awesome. Guys, hit the like button, subscribe if you want to find us again. Charlie Manson Volunteer Fire Department. Oh, wow, Gerald. Yeah. One of the better things on the stream is, it's not what I say, well, I started to say it. Power companies are the biggest arsonists of all. If you think about the ones that get big and kill, yes, is it civilian or firefighter?
55, and he's the battalion chief from Division Foxtrot Actual.
Working himself into exhaustion.
Copy that. I got rescue 68 en route. They're probably only about 5 minutes ETA.
There have been a lot of firefighter injuries in civilian too.
Foxtrot, safety maximum. What vehicle are you in?
My goodness. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to read chat. Somebody said, my son lives in Beverly Hills. MH says, how far is it? Is there danger? I'm in Mississippi. Well,
Foxtrot, safety maximum. What vehicle are you in?
all fires.
I'm in a red Dodge Ram pickup, and I'm located on PCH.
Prayers sent for all the injured, including our poor firefighters working themselves to death.
Copy that. I think I see on the southbound lanes.
All fires progress
Yeah, that's affirmative.
and grow until something stops them.
Communication safety maximum is on scene.
The thing is, I don't know what's going to stop any of them at this point. So to the west, Malibu's looking safer.
Division Papa, 9240 Charlie on command.
Due to the Franklin burn scar that's very fresh from a month ago, their bushes all burned up.
Go ahead for Division Papa.
So that's looking better, but Big Rock has not had a
Division
good time.
Papa, 9240 Charlie, trying to raise you on TAC, must be out of the area.
Now,
So we can meet up with you face to face.
what you do is you look downwind. That's the way that the fire can spread the quickest.
Unit calling Division Papa is extremely unreadable, very scratchy. Can you repeat?
Don't ask me what this damn thing is doing, taking up half
Division
the page.
Papa is 9240 Charlie, looking to meet up with you.
So here's our evac map. Now, places on warning really expect to go this lighter yellowish color that are on evacuation warning expect to go level 3. You should always do that. That's not get ready. That is, you should be ready already. Just be set, okay?
368, you just pulled past us.
Red is the mandatory zones. But you can see the huge area. So there's Beverly Hills, there's West Hollywood. The problem with the fire, they try to keep it from going to the east, and this is around the battleground spot. I believe I'm losing orientation because we've been live for the 25 or something hours. I've been speaking nonstop for like 23. Yeah, it's getting close to Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. Is there anything that they could do to stop it from going that direction? The 405 might be their best hope. It's kind of a narrow wind tunnel affair, so it may not be something that can hold very well. So if it crosses the 405, you should look for very sweeping, huge evacuation warnings all the way to Hollywood itself or to Griffith Park. I think everybody there should be ready to go already because of the incompetent response. Not of the ground crews, they've been amazing, but of the general response, the plan, it didn't work. If there was a plan, there has been a huge lack of leadership to the point where fire crews are giving themselves their own division names. Nobody was telling them what to do or where to go. They just pulled a 48-hour shift with no food and did what they could. It's a miracle that more people aren't dead, although more people may be dead. The sheer negligent level of crappy civic response, we're talking about the breakdown of the entire system, has been so startling to me. When we've had a wake-up call of last month with Malibu, I don't understand how it's worse. How do you learn something like hard wake-up call lessons a month ago and then go to bed on a fire? I don't know who the hell was in charge. It may be that nobody was. They did not call in enough units. They're still on a skeleton crew. They don't have enough units to even start fighting the fires, really. They're still pretty much just evacuating and running around. That should end in the first couple hours after a fire when enough relief units arrive. Then you should make a stand in neighborhoods. They were scolded for trying to do that. We have lost lives. We've lost a lot of history. We've lost entire neighborhoods because they would have water trucks on order and fuel trucks come refuel our fire trucks up here. Nothing ever arrived. We're talking 8 hours later, nothing arrived. So they pulled their hoses, they let neighborhoods burn, going to the gas station.
Papa, 94 Charlie, come in.
So I have no confidence. Okay, they're
Division Juliet 2802 Alpha.
They have been telling people to evacuate too late, as usual. They gave people very good warning towards yesterday afternoon to the west and northwest of the fire. That's
we
good
do have a
early
fire
warning.
here at the church side of the school. We're just trying to make access to see if it's just exterior or if it's interior fire.
I never thought I would ever hear.
Okay, 2802, that sounds good. You're on command if you could take your traffic to attack.
People say I'm trapped, my building's on fire, help me. And they say, we'll try to get to you. It'll take about 4 hours. That's been the turnaround time. Some people had to go into the evacuation zones and rescue their own loved ones because 8 hours later, the fire crews didn't show up, and nobody did. So this, I've never you could say, oh, Hawaii's an anomaly. It's a small town situation or whatever. Nobody could get to us because we were an island and it was like a hurricane. Okay, you could make those arguments. You can't make any of these arguments here. People should be resigning in shame and begging forgiveness of the families of lost people. I don't understand, but the entire system broke down on a fundamental level. We knew it was kind of broken. Well, it's kind of like having my glass desk. It had a scratch in it for a while, then it shattered one day. So we knew flaws were there, but it shattered yesterday. The Hollywood Hills are on fire right now. Wait, what? I don't believe so. Let's check the cams, though. Because these fires have been full of surprises. So let's finish my little time lapse here. What will show us the Hollywood Hills? Forgive me, I don't know where the sign is and stuff. Didn't somebody run into it? Somebody ran into it recently, right? Or crashed their car into it or something. Can you tell me whereabouts it is? Near Reunion. MJ says, I was hoping for progress. See, little big good news is crucial right now. Yeah. Not everybody died. That's good. Not everybody died. They were holding, and it was good for a long time. Then I think they lost it right about the time I went to the dentist. They were trying to hold, what is the canyon? The Manaville Canyon over by Sullivan's. But when they lost control there, which that was a difficult thing to hold, that they did that for so long is amazing. Then they put further evacuation notices on. So, what camera actually looks at the Hollywood Hills, guys? Some of the HP Wrens, perhaps. But
LA from Palisades Communications.
I don't say at least we still have X or Y or Z because
Palisades Communications. Go ahead.
That's when the fates hear me. Help is on the way.
Palisades Communications, comm check.
So,
Palisades Communications, LA copies, V1 loud, clear.
Loud and clear.
Okay, wrong direction. Which one's looking at the Hollywood Hills? We could look at the heat detection. I don't believe those are on fire. Here's a camera that sees the new one. Okay. Admittedly, I don't know where the hell the Hollywood sign is. Yeah.
Palisades Communications, go ahead.
Mount Lee's South is looking at the new one. What new one? What's it called again?
Check with Palisades Communications.
Sorry, let's check in. Lidia?
Palisades Communications, loud and clear, loud and clear.
That's pretty far.
Palisades Communications, LA copies you loud and clear as well.
It's 347 acres. So, what are we calling the new fire? Oh, God. A vegetation fire, 10 acres. Okay. A new fire, that's something different. You were correct. Thank you for the correction. I guess I started looking around for it right before Watch Duty put it up. Something wrong with what I can hear. I think my headsets might be running out of battery. Hang on. 2300 solar drive. Okay. Yeah, Reindeer, I got too angry to watch the rest of the press conferences. The first one opened with blaming the victims that, not everybody left. Okay, a lot of people are still waiting. This is 18 hours later, you jerk. Wow. Okay, so the Hollywood Hills appear to be on fire. What were we saying about potential patterns here in arson? It's hard to tell the difference between arson and power line fires, but we've got a hilly terrain thing with a large populated area downwind during red flag.
Ops from LA County Patrol 69. Command.
Oh, this could be a backyard.
Good.
Could be a backyard. So all the water dropping helicopters have been requested to assist.
Lake County, Patrol 69, go for operations.
Is anybody there?
Ops Patrol 69. What division is responsible for Topanga Canyon Boulevard?
Zulu.
From the PCH side?
A firm. Yeah, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, basically South Topanga Canyon Boulevard. So, yes, TCH side.
Okay, this could be a backyard, though, friends, so could be...
Right at the county line at coastline is going to be Branch 5. Just to the west of that will be Branch 7, Division Papa.
Branch 7, Division Bravo, copy. And Division Bravo, what tack are they on?
Hollywood 2, Cam, you got it. You have to tell me what you want, because I'm so fatigued right now. So, functioning is starting to fail. I made the deal with my body that after the dental appointment, I would let it rest. It's becoming angry. And so what your body does to you, if you don't keep your end of the bargain, it takes away your energy. It denies it. It says, hey, you lied. Get your ass down now. Well, look at Topanga Peak. It's back. That whole Topanga Canyon has been a hellscape for 14 hours. Impassable, passable, impassable, passable. Where's the Hollywoods? Sorry, friends. That's right. It's not in view because I need to scroll to the right. Okay. And we shows cameras available. That's rip roaring. Wow. All right. The last 30 minutes because the fire is that new.
All companies operating on V1. Palisades Communications will be taking over all communications. Branch 1, do you copy?
Wow. It just raced right down the hill. Wow. And it's still climbing the other side, too. Power lines in the foreground, aren't those? Is that a radio mast? It could be a radio mast, but it kind of looks like power line. So, yes, there's a possibility of arson at Malibu a month ago, and some of these today. It's a possibility. Arsonists repeat their behavior until caught. So, same thing with the line fire, the Thompson fire, the Park fire. So many others were straight up arson this year.
Branch 10, Palisades Communications.
Take pictures of anybody and
Branch
anything
10, Palisades Communication, have you loud and clear.
suspicious in your neighborhood, including license plates, tire treads, discreetly.
Branch 10, you copy. Palisades Communications will be taking over.
It's been citizen vigilance taking photos, which caught most of these arsonists at Orville, Line,
Branch 7, Palisades Communications.
down here, and the Park fire at Bidwell Park. So citizens taking a photo, even if it's the rear end of somebody walking away, like the Park fire, it matters. It ties people to something that allows for an arrest, and oftentimes they just start to confess. All right, this has gone insane really quickly. It's got to have a name by now. What are they calling this new one? The Sunset Fire. Apt.
Branch 5, Palisades Communications.
Here is a photograph.
Branch 5 copies. Palisades Communications up and running.
Yeah, you ain't kidding, guys. Wow.
Branch 7, Palisades Communications.
Thank you so much, Mike K, for your support. Super chat. The Mount Lee camera's gone wild. Okay, guys, yeah. Okay, I cursed it. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I did the thing. I can't do the thing. I can't tell the fates I'm going to bed. I did it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I want to sleep for the love of
Branch
God.
1, Palisades Communications.
I want to
Communications, Branch 1, go ahead.
crying frustration, not another fire. God.
Branch 1, Palisades Communications will be taking over all comms for the fire. You copy?
They don't have the resources for one, let alone
Branch
5.
1 copies.
Okay, guys, if you know anybody in the Hollywood Hills, okay, wake up. Call them.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications.
Everything just changed. Beverly Hills, Hollywood Hills, prepare to go. Bel Air, West Hollywood, especially, prepare to go. To call everybody you know. Don't assume they know. This just happened. And it's off to the races. The Santa Anas are here. Doesn't matter if they're taking a nap. Wake them up.
Branch 1, heavy equipment 1, on command.
Remember, transport people before luggage away from a fire. Make sure your neighbor's garage door opens. Open it for them if the power is out. Make sure their car starts, has gas. If they say, I'll follow you later, I'll be just there. Don't believe them. If they lose power, they can't open their garage door. They're stuck. Make sure it's open already.
Branch 1, heavy equipment 1 on command.
Is the Hollywood sign in risk of burning up right now? I'm wondering if that's possible. But I don't ever assume that people know about a fire. Don't.
Division Charlie, Palisades Communications.
Damn. And the traffic jam will begin any moment. Leaving by vehicle is a window of opportunity that will close. Don't be part of the traffic jam and don't be involved in it.
Communications, Branch 1, all advise all resources that you're now receiving all communications.
I don't even know which camera to focus on.
Palisades Communications copies. Thank you.
Oh, God. Oh, it's near Griffith Park. We're in it technically, so that's to the east then? Okay. I'm learning about all these places that I would love to visit, but they're burning up before I can.
Palisades Communications from LA City, heavy equipment 1.
Would have loved to go on the Will Rogers Ranch.
Go for Palisades Communications.
Yeah, notifying you that I was put into a contingency branch, but we've been working with the dozers on the east flank in Division Alpha. All the dozers are accounted for and off the line for the PM. Be on the day shift for tomorrow.
Okay, remember left channel is Palisades. We may have to find a new channel for Hollywood.
LA City Heavy Equipment 1, we copy off the line. 17:59 hours.
Sunset. I mean, why not just call it the Hollywood Fire, for God's sake? Topanga Canyon is an inferno.
1880, Charlie from 717 on command.
As Don Henley would say, the hills are burning. The hills are burning, the wind is raging.
Charlie, if you're still at the command post, can you pick up 12 more lunches?
The hills.
Lunches or dinners? Dinners if you have them. All I got was sack lunches when we went back there earlier. But now I'm being told we're missing 12. Copy. We've left, but I'll work it out for you.
Look at the neat
Okay, copy that. Thank you.
ridgeline fire that the Palisades is now.
Unit calling for meals at the food unit at base.
All right, let's do some more time lapse.
Yeah, kid, that's Battalion 717 working over in the Division Zulu.
Pat, if you can't, go ahead and call me on my cell. Just get it, and then I can line you out with some food.
Sorry, the tabs are lagging the computer.
Yeah, kid, I got no cell service up here, but we're off Palisades Drive, and we can go ahead and meet you by the water tenders over there if that works. It's right off Sunset.
Thank you, go.
Sunset and Palisades Drive, stand by.
Yeah, the Hollywood Hills on fire. Now. I thought it was a mistaken.
Hey, what's your designator and your channel?
Nobody was mistaken. I forgot how you could see everything here.
717. Count is going to be 12. It's going to be for Task Force 1046.
The hills are burning. Yes, the Hollywood Hills.
And you
So-
want them at Palisades Drive and Sunset?
It's called the Sunset Fire.
At Fire Station 23. Make it easy. And you can be there in 15 minutes.
Thank you for the kind donations and the pats on the head, guys. I'm trying to hang on.
That, Chief, total number?
12. Division Gulf Branch 3.
Okay, don't wait to be told to evacuate. You're going to be told. Everybody,
Someone will be en route in about 10 minutes. 5-10 minutes.
West Hollywood, Trousdale,
Palisades from MFC.
Fairfax, Beverly Grove, Beverly Hills, Beechwood Canyon, Whitley Heights, Historic District, Hollywood Hills, everybody.
Palisades Communications from MFC.
And go get your equestrian horses away.
Palisades.
That shelter's probably not safe by tomorrow.
Palisades Communications.
That's
We're requesting if you have 2 of the night air helicopters available for an additional brush fire, Hollywood Hills.
That's the zoo? Oh, God, okay. Well, crap. Right now, the place is in imminent danger of downwind, downhill.
Night air helicopters for additional brush fire, Hollywood Hills. Do you have your GPS?
Hollywood Boulevard, Selma Avenue, North Vista, Fueler, just make your way out and go before the traffic is too bad. Check on your neighbors. Make sure their car can start.
Palisade Communications.
Make sure you open their garage for them. If they lose power, they may not be able to open it.
You copy the traffic about night air operations. Do you have that capability?
Yeah, you don't.
Broken, I've heard transmission about night air, possible new start Hollywood Hills.
Oh, it's a possible new start. It's very possible. It's definitely confirmed.
That's affirmative. We have a request for 2 night air capable for the Hollywood Hills.
I don't know what's the older new zoo. It's Griffith Park. But that's against the wind, so it ultimately is threatened perhaps by tomorrow. Because fire doesn't want to go against the wind.
Palisades, I see that additional fire said solar at AS on the top of Runyon Canyon, incident 2526.
2526. Now, don't wait to be told to go. They're just trying to figure that out immediately, I'm pretty sure. But this is now called the Sunset Fire. West Hollywood, just start packing up and get ready to go. Or consider your shelter-in-place options. If you know anybody who may need help evacuating or may not have the wherewithal, somebody who may be asleep, somebody who is unaware for any reason, call the non-emergency number for LA County now and tell them to do a welfare check. This is a different beast. This has gone full on straight to the flatlands. It just raced down the hills. This is not just a hills fire right now. The winds are supposed to die down around 6, right? Right around now. We can only pray that they do. Galactic Jack Welcome says it's 40 acres or more at this point, according to Channel 7. Oh, yeah, this just raced down. The Hollywood 2cam replay was just astonishing. So, yes, we have a brand new fire, friends. 15 minutes old to 30 minutes old at this point. So, yeah, just over 15. Don't expect anybody to come and save you. Evacuate if you can. The delays have been extreme, 4 to 8 hours, if you need help evacuating. So call your loved ones a cab, an Uber, or whatever the hell you need to do. Don't put them in harm's way, a driver. But you know what I'm saying. If you are in the general region, help your fellow man, your neighbor, and your loved ones, because they don't have enough personnel just to deal with Palisades, let alone these other fires too.
Division Papa, 9240 Charlie on V1.
Our heroes are still mortal. They've got to sleep now. Some relief
That was me hailing you earlier. Hopefully it's a little clearer now. Is there any way we could meet up?
Some relief arrived, but not enough.
Yeah, I'm at Duke's right now. Come over to Duke's in regards to feeding for the night.
What's Duke's?
Copy, I'll be en route from the original ICP.
Poorly calibrated camera means light is exaggerated. It doesn't mean that the glow is that big in real life. I mean, it's fearsome, but it's not. This is camera exaggeration, guys. They need to tighten down that shutter, but I think these cameras have very primitive controls, so it can vary the skill level of somebody behind the wheel, so to speak. I need to be able to control some of these cameras. I think I would do a good job. But look how fast this is, only a 30-minute time lapse. So from the time, it's not even the full 30 minutes, this raced down the hill with record breakneck speed. So structures could already be burning right now. We need to change audio to find out, do we have an audio channel for this? Because we could see what's going on, but we got to hear it. That's where we'll have the life-saving type information, potentially. Firefighters will be calling out for different evacuations right now, or different people needing help here or there. We need to hear that. Bill's is setting up to fight it now, but there's no way. This is going to go deep. Just because response time is going to be poor, this is going to go deep. It's rush hour too, dear God. No, Duke's is okay. They're eating at Duke's. I just don't know what Duke's is. It's on the Pacific Coast Highway. Okay. No, it has not burned down. They're eating there. This is called the Sunset Fire. It just raced down the Hollywood Hills straight into Hollywood itself. We need to change audio feed, so I have to look offline unless you guys can find it for me. And Broadcastify, it's an off-screen looking through the, well, this is how you find it, basically. You go Broadcastify, do the news, select your state, select your county, or sometimes up at the top, they got some special ones like California major incident or this or that. Okay. And then other than that, choose your county, click on that. Everybody can listen for free to Broadcastify, but thanks to your kind donations, I've got special pro version. So no more Home Depot commercials you have to listen to, but also I have tricks. I can change audio. So that's why we can hear Eaton in the right channel audio and Palisades in the left. It's because thanks to your kind donations, I have a lot of pro versions of apps. So there's California Highway Patrol. Sorry, this is dark mode. I just can't stand too much light. If websites look funny, it's my dark mode thing. So Fire V. These are the fire channels. We got dispatch for these battalions, LA County Fire V1 is what we were listening to. That's Palisades. V3 was what we were listening to, which is Eaton, actually. I don't know what V2 is, and V4 and V5. So, well, we might as well just... Twitter's a good place to find out. We might as well just kind of tune in.
Operation Zulu on command.
Go for operation.
That's...
What is it? Edison ever able to confirm power shut off up here?
This is North Hollywood, Burbank
Can you repeat?
Police.
Was Edison able to confirm the power shut off up there, over?
All right, let's try to tune in.
Stand by, I'll confirm.
There's only 19 listeners, so I don't think that's it. CHP.
Communications, night operations.
I was really hoping we would get more tactical channels. 25 is where we missed most of the action, but nobody broadcasted it.
Night operations from Palisades.
Oh yeah, they need.
Communications, go ahead.
This is not the kind of thing
Night operations, zoom the fire.
where you pack. If you're right in front of the Hollywood Sunset Fire, get the hell out of its way immediately.
Palisades communications copies, night ops, assume the fire. Communications clear, 1812.
Thank you, Stuart, for helping us get the evacuation info out. This is crazy. Okay. Of course, they're mandatory. Don't wait to be told, but look out Hollywood and West Hollywood, especially where the wind is blowing. Mandatory evacuations are in place for Laurel Canyon Boulevard on the west, to Mulholland Drive to the north, to the 101 freeway on the east, Hollywood Boulevard on the south. Okay, if you're south of Hollywood Boulevard, you just pack up. You're going to be asked to leave. Hollywood Boulevard is not exactly where. I don't think they'll be able to stop it. There will be some embers drifting further downwind. Now, it looks like helicopters are still around, or they took off. LA Fire helicopters, but unfortunately the nighttime ones in general
Operations
are the really big ones, and they can't fly in high winds. This is preliminary.
Wellington Hope, suspect American Black, Ring of Black Bean, Brown, Texas Canyon and the Big Bear Shock Crews in Division Zulu. They were able to get some good work today and have a plan for tomorrow as well, if you can tie that in with planning office.
Okay, it's still Eaton in the right channel.
Yeah, copy that. Keeping Texas and Big Bear in there for operations tomorrow.
I don't know, Luna. Yeah, if you locals have information, if any of your phones are going off with local things, do tell us, like, what does your phone say? What is the emergency message? Yeah, Colorado Kate, excuse me. Hey, welcome, by the way. Just issued emergency evac for Rumian Canyon. Wow. There's a helicopter blaze showing on the sunset cam. Okay, I'm sorry. Do keep me on track and tell me to go back to cams. I'm starting to struggle with the whole fire functioning after being live this long. And I too hurts, so bear with me. Where did I put that camera? Hollywood 2, okay. There's a helicopter drop in front of it. Really? Cool. If they're able to pull off nighttime drops, if they have little smaller ones, cool. But the Chinooks couldn't fly today. They tried, and the high winds were about toppling them over on the helipad, so one of them returned to base, and the other pilot said, oh, hell no. Okay, not in the direct path right now, Dirty Tree Rat. Okay, Hollywood sign is...
Palisades Communication Division pop-up priority traffic.
The other side of 101. Okay, I don't see helicopters on the Sunset 2 cam.
Division pop-up from Palisades Communications, go ahead.
Maybe it's just the time lapse I had. Thank you, John, for your kind
Palisades Communication Division pop-up with a line emergency. Be 50-year-old male, 50-year-old male, dislocated shoulder. Be off of engine 70. Point of contact will be engine 70. Address will be 20858 Pacific Coast Highway. I'd like to request one ALS squad, one ALS ambulance.
There's so many firefighter injuries. Holy God. Left channel audio is Palisades.
4200 Charlie, copies.
Okay, we need this.
Division pop-up from Communications, we copy. You have a 50-year-old male with a dislocated shoulder off engine 70. You're requesting a paramedic resource, ambulance, and squad. Address of 20858 Pacific Coast Highway. Copy.
Yeah.
Palisades Communication Division. That's affirmative. Additionally, we have resources that on-sited a motorcycle down Pacific Coast Highway, cross of LA County Fire Station 70. Best address will be 21016. I'd like to request a non-incident response as well to that. It'll be a non-incident related traffic collision.
Okay, guys, we need to change radios.
Communication copies. You also have an additional motorcycle down at PCH, cross of LA County Fire Station 70. Address is 21016 Pacific Coast Highway, and you're requesting a non-incident response.
I'm tweeting a bunch of stuff, warning sometimes homes
Division Papa, that's affirmative.
burning down and such things are on my Twitter.
Communications copies 1817.
Donnie, what's our water?
What the hell was in my tooth?
Yeah, RA.
Okay, excuse me.
43 operations.
This race, it's down into the Hollywood neighborhood right now. So I don't believe that's the full extent of the evacuations. That's preliminary. People south of Hollywood Boulevard will be told to leave. It's almost inevitable. So check on your neighbors, make your phone calls, and relieve with people in the car over luggage.
43 operations on command.
Franklin Street, Hillside Avenue, excuse me, expect impact in minutes. Okay, at this point, I'm trying to ask this person, okay, what radio are you listening to? Watch Duty still doesn't tell us which radio to listen to. Okay, going back to chat. Traffic is already gridlocked in the Sunset Hills. Sunset Fire, actually. They typically name fires after the nearest road, so you get repeats of names, and they renamed a whole bunch of fires, which is not... It's making me unhappy, because...
Palisades Communication Division Papa.
Ouch.
For everybody on V-Fire 24 from 42 and Charlie,
Communications,
Fuel Island at the Pasadena City Yards closed.
Palisades Communication Division Papa. Task Force 43 will be the point of contact for the motorcycle down. Task Force 42 will be the point of contact for the line emergency.
Meanwhile, there's a hellscape at Topanga. Like that. Okay, this new Sunset Fire is upstaging it.
Copies. Task Force 43 is going to be the point of contact for the motorcycle down, and Task Force 42 is going to be for the line emergency.
Guys, which frequency? Hey, Dr. Elephant, welcome, and thank you for your support yesterday. I forgot to mention while you were here. Yeah. Tim W., thank you for helping evacuations for the Sunset Fire, which is the Hollywood Hills are now on fire. Yeah, that happened within the last 30 minutes. Their preliminary evacuation zones, of course, they will expand, is Highway 101 to Hollywood Boulevard, Laurel Canyon to Mulholland Drive. It's getting painful to talk, guys. ABC 7 is showing spotting. Let's check in with them. I need a radio, guys. I need a radio. Do we know what frequency it's on? We have to hear that. We have to listen to firefighters talking about evacuations. Did we find a frequency? Because I can add it to a third thing we can listen to since they're not talking so much on the Eaton right now. Yeah, okay.
Is a new fire. This is the Hollywood Hills. This is the location that we were given, 2350 North Solar Drive. That's between Nichols Canyon and Runyon Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. There are a number of homes surrounding that. Chris Christie.
And Rescue 68, ETA returning back to base.
Yeah, go ahead, Zulu.
Sorry.
Are we going to have any night rudder wing tonight?
V4, thank you. Adding
You were broken.
the feed real quick.
Well, Operation Zulu, how about now?
Okay.
Better go for draw operation.
All right, let's add it. Remember, Palisades, far left channel. Now I'm putting in the right channel is no longer Eaton. Okay, we got it. Thanks, friends. Okay, right channel audio is now Sunset. The Sunset Fire.
911 from engine 41.
Thanks, I've got to... Thank you, Big Al, too. And thank you everybody who's donated and helped today.
Engine 41.
Thanks, we got it confirmed, V4. Okay, right channel audio is the new Sunset, and left channel is Palisades. We'll add Eaton back in as we can. But I'm sure we're going to have a lot of traffic here on Sunset.
Perfect, that's what I was about to ask. Have them go up Nichols Canyon to Astral, that'll put you at Solar. Copy.
LA County Field Com.
All right.
Are you available to give us some information about this?
Mark, very concerning sight here in the Hollywood Hills. We're just...
What is the point of contact for the motorcycle down?
west of Nichols Canyon, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, where a major fire has just sparked in the last 5 minutes. We were over...
27 on V4. Access.
Hey, they must have been...
Battalion 705 from operations on V4.
Right channel audio is Sunset Fire. It's way worse than shown already. It's exploding.
Branch 1 from USAR 27 on V4.
So, it's interesting terrain. This is a blurb, so...
We saw the glow coming from over the hill.
110. Minute out. What are your needs?
What are your needs? Tell us your needs. Hang on, friends. Wow, Topanga Peak is crazy, but that's Palisades. That's Topanga Peak is mesmerizingly beautiful and ugly all at the same time.
Helpful from Branch 1 on command.
Minute out. What are your needs?
All right channel audio is the Sunset Fire. We're listening to...
Yeah, I see from Helco. Are you trying to get me on command before?
Yeah, Helco, this is Branch 1 trying to get you on command.
Are they loud enough? V4 here.
Yeah, Sunset, I see Helco. If you're trying to get me on command before, you're very low volume and broken. I did have you on air and ground before if you want to switch back.
Okay, we're looking at Topanga real quick. This is Palisades. We'll go back to Sunset.
Copy, 1880.
Okay, left channel audio
705, engine 82, V4.
is the Palisades are talking about a motorcycle accident. That's why I muted it.
Branch 1 from operations.
All right, so that image is Topanga, west, part of Palisades.
Just looking for clarification on priority need for structure defense. Are we still saying Kherson is our number one focus for structure defense group number 1?
Okay, Sunset Fire, structure defense, Kherson. Is that the focus? All right, that's what they're saying. How is the volume right channel for V4, friends? It's the Sunset Fire. They are speaking in Palisades, but it's about a motorcycle accident.
From LA on V4.
This thing moved fast and is rip-roaring. Do we have any webcams from any businesses in the Hollywood area? Because that could do us good. Okay. I hope we're still live because the broadcasting.
LA County Engine 21, how can we help?
The broadcasting window crashed.
Roger, I copy. Helco, did you copy that transmission for the priority of the drop?
I didn't.
Yeah, I see from Helco, I copy. You want us to keep working that west ridge, but you want us to work top down. Our best flight path right now is to go into the wind. We'll keep reaching that all the way up to the heel of the fire and keep that from flopping over for you if that works.
I said.
Hi, Steve from LA County Engine 21. Where do you need us?
He says we could go to the top of the hill and put it out at the heel so it doesn't go over the mountains. That would be good. But you also have to go save individual structures. They're going to need helicopter drops in the middle of the city. That's very unusual, but it's probably going to be necessary. What is the wind speed like now? It's supposed to be less right now. It's still significant. Sorry, friends. I've been awake a long time. This is our third stream, and every 12 hours we reset. So, we're on hour 25. I've been speaking for 23 and a half hours straight. Oh, okay. Yeah, just gonna pull through here. I kept telling my body, I made the deal with it. Hey, after the dental appointment and after 6, you can go to bed.
We're gonna have to punch quite a ways. Probably a good half mile, 3/4 of a mile.
What is half or 3/4 of a mile? Is that the fire front or what? What are they talking about? All right, let's keep looking for evacuation updates. This ran fast. So it's 8 to 10 acres on the bridge per instant command. Resources have been requested for structure protection near Astral Drive per radio traffic. Evacuation map is, well, it's the same one as the link in the description of my video.
Operations, go. Go for operations.
Since much of LA County is now ablaze, it's very convenient that they have one map.
Not currently. I'm waiting to hear a size up from Battalion 705.
Man, the map has not been updated yet. Let's refresh.
Yeah, branch 1 from 705, go.
There it is. I knew a part of LA was on fire, but
up Nicholas Canyon, so we're making our way over from off of Solar Drive to Runyon Canyon right now.
it's easier to catch fires in the flatlands, that's for sure, but it depends on how bad the wind is.
Roger. So I need to work my way back down there, so we missed that access point. Hurstfire seemed to me to be a dead-end road once we got to the end of it, and I couldn't get up past the... are you looking at the structures off of Hurstfire straight up from Hollywood Boulevard?
Are you? We would like to know. S is for Sunset Fire, a new tab group. All right, let's see if the helicopters are around still. They are, at least one.
Okay, Roger. I need to work my way back down there. So we're talking, I don't know if you have a Venza map up for Battalion 5, but you're talking then 41-8 in that section there.
I've been told we look great on a big screen.
Yeah, I see Division Alpha, Engine 41.
Welcome, Chaos. Welcome, everybody. I didn't even tweet that I was live again. Ah, okay, that's where they... Okay, that's where I don't touch.
I copy branch 1. Hey, I'll take a total of 10 fire companies up here to make this happen. And I understand right now you have 1015 and 1017 up this way. Is that correct?
They need a lot more help. The problem is the response to most of these fires has been botched.
Total of 10. We can start that off there. That should be good.
The fire crews are pulling miracles out of their hats, but the actual leadership is just so bad.
From operations on D4.
I've never seen 18 hours into a fire. They're not done with evacuations yet.
Who are you identifying as Alpha?
It's been so horrible. The lack of leadership and planning. It shouldn't take 7 hours to get water trucks anywhere. I mean, they could come from Nevada by then. And we lost entire neighborhoods because they just didn't get water trucks in order. Not just a couple, like dozens of neighborhoods.
Helltaker 5-5, go for LA. On D4 from operations.
Helltaker 5-5 on scene.
They didn't need to coordinate with other states for a lot of things.
Helltaker 5-5, copy on scene.
I mean, LA County itself has hundreds of water trucks for road construction alone.
From operations, D4.
Yeah, it's not just a fire. It's also traffic gridlock due to it being rush hour. Oh dear God.
Branch 1 from operations. I've got Battalion 14 coming in to take over Alpha. Just want to make sure we relay that message. You got Battalion 14 is Alpha. Branch
718.
Where are the Caltrans? Vids. The McClure Tunnel showed fire in the hills a couple of times. We got over by the Hollywood Hills for traffic.
You're comfortable with Engine 41 managing Alpha?
And see now. Hey, before long, just covering fires, I'll know everything about your regions, Southern California. But what's so frustrating is I see all these cool places, then they burn up. I've only been to Disneyland and Ventura.
Yeah. Going to be branch from working. That's where I'm at up there. That puts resources way above the incident. I don't think that's going to be good access off of Solar. I'm making my way back down from there. I'm going to head back down Nicholas.
Do any of them work? Come on now. Traffic cams.
Branch 1 for Opsco.
Oh, for the love of cars. All right, let's put this in its own little sunset firebox.
Yeah, Branch 1, I'll work on that information for you.
Traffic cams unavailable. Brush fire, PCH access restricted. Yep. That's a helpful sign, all right.
Branch 1 from operations. Additionally, we're having comm issues. Once you guys are up there in the perimeter of the fire getting out, I'm having a hard time getting a hold of Alpha, and you come in broken.
Yeah, I know. It's arson's a possibility, but this may have broken out in the backyard. It's really hard to tell. But the only way that we can catch arsonists is if...
Just confirm Engine 41 knows that he's got Battalion 14 working on the opposite side so that they can coordinate. I have a bolt on V-22.
The only way to notice suspicious behavior is to notice it. So, arsonists repeat their behavior.
Battalion 705 from Pressure Defense Group 1 from Battalion 718.
There are copycats and such, but we can't assume that it is, because whenever there are Santa Ana wind events or high wind events with just generally dry area, natural fires break out, dozens of them every day. In every county, Portland included. Portland's had a lot of fires. They didn't amount to anything because it's wet. But Portland has had dozens in the last 48 to 24 hours of mostly homeless encampment fires, but some random related ones too, and just homes burning down. So today one was a confirmed structure fire, so that's not suspicious. But what happened at Pasadena is, what happened at Malibu is, what happened here at Palisades is suspicious, because usually if there's an accidental reason for a fire, they tell you that. But when they suspect arson, they're mum on it, and when they suspect the power line may be involved, they're mum on it. In fact, they won't get around to publishing why some fires started for 2.5 years. So for 2.5 years, I had to say the Bobcat allegedly started by SoCal Edison when it was really freaking obvious. I mean, the cameras practically caught them red-handed. And it took them 2.5 years, and the investigation was inconclusive. It was something weird, like federal investigators would not cooperate with state. It was like that. And they had years to throw away evidence. So, yes, power companies commit arson all the freaking time. If there was a real justice system, it would be called reckless arson, like the charge for you and me, stupidity with fire. They let their power lines go down in Santa Ana's and Diablo Winds all the time. In fact, most town erasing fires
from LA County Superintendent 19.
in most of the states have been because of power companies being stupid with fire.
Last company for operations, you were broken, repeat.
So, but they'll be mum about it. But
from Superintendent 19.
If there's car accidents, if there's something that's obvious, they usually tell the public that pretty quickly. If we don't hear about that in a couple of days, I think there's a 2-week, an important thing, 2-week time period that a power company,
Operation from Battalion 718.
since they killed so many people, including one of my friends, PG&E killed one of my friends in a fire. Now there's a law, one of the positives here that have come out of these tragedies, that any California power company needs to report to the state and to the world if they think their lines or equipment could have been involved in a wildfire. The deadline, I think, is 2 weeks later. I think that's crap. I think it should be 2 hours later. 2 weeks is a long time to hide evidence, I'm just saying, and some power companies have been caught doing that. Specifically, look up the Beachy Creek and not SoCal, and Pacific Power / Pacific Corp. They have blood on their hands, too. They've caused deadlies. So, there's, Ryan's literally out there. He was one of the first people to report the one at Pasadena, the Eaton. Like Fawn says, if you have access, welcome, Light Fawn, if you have access to high percent, that sort of cream, it works wonders. You rub it to skin near the pain. And Light and Fawn, right, okay. Yes, I would love to do that. I may be able to get some of that. I can't put it on my gums, though. I have lavender oil for that. That might numb them, okay? There's evacuation orders with a sunset fire that are coming too fast to report them. I just said everybody downwind.
Operation from Battalion 718, do you copy?
I don't see a new expansion of the perimeter, no. Not down the flatlands. Yeah, 35 minutes ago was that. Right channel audio is sunset.
Go for Battalion 718.
I'm turning on Palisades on left channel again.
Copy. I was going to head out Mulholland at some point in the middle of the night and try and get a plan, but thank you.
Yeah, they're pulling crews off Palisades.
We can give it a whirl to see if we can make it back down to PCH again, but yeah, if not, we're just going to have to be self-sufficient on the north side here.
Copy. Was Topanga Canyon not possible due to the fire, or was it because of the washouts we dealt with earlier?
Structure Defense Group 2. I copied your previous message.
Talking to some of the sheriffs, it sounded like some of the washouts got a little worse, and then there was fire blowing over the road. I just haven't been able to validate it.
I can verify. Topanga right now is hell.
I'll wait to hear more. Thanks.
This does not look passable. It's been hell for 14.
718 is Structure Defense Group 2, and we'll be on V-Fire 23.
Okay, we don't have Channel 23 or Channel 25. We're missing most of what the crews
Station C4.
are saying.
Structure Defense Group 2 from Structure Defense Group 1. I'm coming up on Hurst now. What's your location?
At the battleground. Curson. C-U-R-S-O.
705 from engine 76. He's trying to reach me on
Okay.
V4.
So, Curson Place and Avenue is a battleground. Here's.
Operation from Structure Defense Group 2, just to reiterate, we need Hollywood Boulevard closed from La Brea to Fuller. We need a hard closure of all traffic from there north. We have multiple people abandoning their cars.
There'll be a lot of people mesmerized by that. They're doing a hard closure of Hollywood. I'm not sure about that.
Operation from Structure Defense Group 1.
Palisades, ops. Yeah, I got Rescue
Branch 1 from
68
operations
en
on V4.
route. They just showed up in that staging,
Yeah,
so they
operation
will
from
be
Structure
in
Defense
place of
Group
Rescue
1. Hurst
837.
Structure Defense Group. I need 2 task forces. Immediate need in Curson.
Okay, Curson, that neighborhood is a battleground. Palisades is left channel. Sunset is right.
Copy. Battalion 705. What do you have me designated as? I'm up Curson right now, and what do you have me designated as? Branch 1 from Structure Defense Group 1.
Okay,
Yeah, for your SA, Curson Structure Defense Group is Branch 1. I requested 2 task forces immediate need into Curson. I'm right below you. Structure Defense Group 1. Yes, that is correct. He had no comm.
okay, so Curson is where the drops are. Yeah, C-U-R-S-O-N. Sorry, friends, my whole tooth is reconstructed today. The Hurricane
Branch 1 from operations.
really wore off, and it's hard to speak. Please.
Due to comm issues, I cannot hail 705. They were replaced with Battalion 1 as the Structure Defense Group number 1. Additionally, your communications with the majority of the people up there, including Alpha 78, which is from Structure Defense 2, I cannot on command out of the conversation. You're going to have to relay.
All right, the radios broke down. Just one more thing.
Loud and clear.
On the Sunset. Now the fire crews can't hear each other and communicate. They really need to be doing that right now. This is inexcusable in the 21st century in a very wealthy region. Firefighters not hearing each other.
Additionally, from operations, assume Structure Defense number 2 and Structure Defense Battalion 705. Priority location. I have task forces ready to send them. If you can relay that for me.
Oh, God. They can't be everywhere at once. They're already stretched too thin. So, yes.
Branch 1 from operations. I just need a specific location to send them.
Arson is a potential. It could be innocent.
Structure of ISCOP 1, do you copy? On command.
If you see anything unusual whatsoever in your neighborhood, see something, say something, that applies. Community vigilance caught the arsonist with the park fire of last year at Bidwell Park, Chico. The Thompson fire, same thing at Orville. He was throwing fireworks around. Fireworks were for sale for New Year's. Arsonists just love that, but also stupid people love that. But this didn't happen on a weekend, so...
Branch 1 from Battalion 705 on 4.
It's really tough to kind of get an idea of what may have been the origin.
So I'm on Kherson right now. I also have Battalion 1. That's Getches. So I've connected up. Go ahead and become your structure protection group 1. He's going to be working off of Kherson, which, if I'm looking at using the wildland operational, using the he's going to handle 41-8.
Yeah, this is some bad communications. Headlights. Those are headlights, okay? Not fire, but it just roared down the mountainside. It spread super quickly down those hills. A lot of people must have been like, oh man, just sheltered in place.
Julia, Branch 5 on command.
Put a wet tea bag in my mouth and on the tube. That's a good idea. I just won't be able to talk. I can't ask you mods to do an all-nighter. That's kind of brutal. So I'm going to pass out somewhat shortly and debating on what to do. Hey, Brayton, thank you so much. And Lena Bella says, are the 911 networks working? Reverse 911 has not functioned in many years. Not very well. No. And these days, Android, and I don't know what iPhone does, turns off the ability for emergency apps to work. You have to check them manually and make sure the stupid button isn't on. Like literally check your app. It says emergency alerts, wireless emergency alerts. It's under W. Check FEMA.
IC from engine 56, Tori on health spot.
FEMA, Red Cross emergency. Check on those apps.
Go ahead.
If they haven't alerted you to something recently, it's because they were turned off by the stupid Android.
Palisades Communication Division Papa, talking with Task Force 43.
IC from engine 56, Tori on health spot.
No ambulance on scene for the line emergency.
Ops from Structure Defense Group 2.
Still no ambulances.
Did you copy operations from communications?
What line emergency, though, on the Palisades? That's left channel audio, guys. So Sunset is right.
IC engine 56 from Tori on health spot. Communications.
Operations, go ahead.
Did you hear the traffic division Papa states that per Task Force 43 there's no ambulance on scene yet?
Well,
delayed. It should be rescue ambulance 68. Approximately, probably right about now, should be arriving.
Well, Bel Air.
Go for engine 41. Communications copies. Break. Division Papa. Yeah, go ahead. Did you hear?
Communications Division Papa copies.
I have not started it yet. Scouting it out with Captain Gates. He's the one coordinating with me right now. But we're just getting rigs up here right now.
Okay, I guess it's Kherson.
Coming up to Alpha.
When they were talking about up here.
Okay, got that. We also have a crew 4 up here, the superintendent with us.
The point about arson is just the point is if you're not vigilant,
Crew 4,
you don't.
Superintendent, it's going to be Humphreys.
you don't notice it. So there are suspicious fires. They've happened. They've happened much of last year, too.
I see French at 5-6 at Torrent Hill spot.
So be vigilant. And if you go on a walk, a hike, or anything,
Yeah, okay, copy.
take pictures of the vehicles and their license
branch
plates.
1 from 1015 in Alpha.
That could be what turns the tide, breaks the case. You could be saving many lives. You'll never really know.
Scattered out into above this fire. I don't think it's a good option. We're a good quarter mile in just to get above the fire. And if we have a wind shift, we're in a bad spot.
Okay. Can't blame them. If they say, hey, if the wind changes, we're in a death trap, then they're not going to go there. So that's the problem with death trap neighborhoods.
Yes, I am.
Fire crews can't stay in there and be expected to risk their lives. I'm not sure where exactly he's talking about.
Where are you in relation to the bird flying over right now?
In relation to the bird flying over? The helicopter, I reckon. Recent fire history, almost nothing in the area. Let's see.
Branch 1 from engine 76 on V4.
Remember, the squares are margin of error. It's just a heat detection. Hot drifting smoke can explain it, but
what
this is
9705 new designator? I can't get a hold of them.
fire crews can't talk to each other. Failures on so many levels. The bird flying over, speak now the location.
Roger, I see Battalion 1 right now. Thank you.
Yeah, branch 1 from 1015. I believe I see your CP. We're up on top of the ridge. Like I said, to even get to this ridge, we're more than a quarter mile. It's very steep to come down on this fire, and if there's a wind shift, we could easily get spots behind us.
Yeah. They could become trapped. So they're weighing the pros and cons about whether or not they should risk their lives today, and for what. Our firefighters, we can't forget, every single day they have decisions like that. Should I risk my life to do X, Y, or Z on the job today? It's just crazy. You guys have to remember that there's like a thing in the justice system. We're not going to go into this, but there are certain scum of the earth scumbags that nobody respects. Not anybody on the inside, not law enforcement, not judges. Okay, so remember, they're making decisions based on their own code of values, not just what the law is. They have a leeway about what exactly they're going to throw the book at and what they're going to kind of let slide. So remember what you're dealing with.
Go for 1015.
There's certain types of people that don't make it very far in prison.
Yeah, see, I don't know what you guys have down there, what the access is, but coming down on this thing is not the way to do it. I recommend companies from the bottom start coming up on this thing. It's really steep up here.
All right, they're still trying to figure out the best strategy to fight the sunset fire.
Branch 1 from Structure Defense Group 1. We staying on command 4.
And when I say be vigilant and take photographs of suspicious vehicles, how did this... I'm not sure how we jumped...
Hurst on Structure Defense Group 1.
I'm really not sure how that conversation went to when can you use deadly force and should you be packing heat. Let's shut down that conversation. Okay. Citizens arrests, no lynch mobs, okay? No vigilantism. All right, I'm talking about cell phones. They have been used to catch the arsonists. So take pictures of suspicious vehicles or anything that you just doesn't feel right to you discreetly. Don't snap pictures in people's faces and start fights. And we're talking discreetly. But people have done that, and they have caught arsonists. Just because hikers were near Shasta during the Dixie Fire, and there was a guy who got out and came right back into his car, and was agitated and left again. He had enough suspicious behavior that he just didn't seem like a hiker. Something made them just take pictures of his vehicle, and later there's a fire in that area, so they contact authorities.
Communication Division Papa, information only. Patient of the motorcycle crash is off the scene, being transported.
Yeah, branch 1 from 1015 Alpha.
So what? I don't know the particulars.
Papa from communications copies. Patients being transported.
Okay, the motorcycle victim is finally being transported. That's more than an hour laying there. Okay. So what happened was they just took that picture. They tell law enforcement. Law enforcement found the car because they took pictures of it. They had the plate. They wrote it down. Can you imagine how they would be able to do nothing if they said, well...
Elko on B4 from operations.
Well, we saw a guy. He was in a car. Do you remember...
Operations, go ahead for Elko on B4.
What make and model and color it was? No. Do you have a plate? No. Well, law enforcement would be able to do nothing at that point, but they put a tracker on his car. They followed him, and he kept doing it. He kept trying to kill firefighters by lighting backfires behind the fire crews and trying to trap them, which is what they're actually ironically talking about right now, being trapped by a wind change. This guy was trying to make it happen so that firefighters died on the Dixie Fire. That's according to the prosecutors.
Branch 1 from operations. I'm not able to get up on with air to ground.
They can't talk to the helicopters. The communications broke down on the Sunset. They lost communications with helicopters and other crew. Everything is broken down here. The system is broken. We've unfortunately confirmed that today. Is this the Mount Lee camera? This is the fire, isn't it? It's hard to tell lights versus infrared. Is this Mount Lee or Mount Lee 2? Let me check this out. Yeah, that's the fire. When it went black and white, it was hard to tell again. Like, what's traffic down there versus what's flames.
Branch 1 from Division Alpha 1015. Whenever you're free, I got a message for you.
They're still trying to figure out how to fight the Sunset, and they lost the ability to talk to the helicopters.
Yeah, I tied in with Soup 4 up here. He concurs. He's got a lot of experience up here. He said if we probably leave a task force up here for structure protection, but then we make our way down to Runyon Canyon and try to hit it from down there.
Okay, attack the fire at Runyon Canyon, leave a task force, quote, up here. Okay?
Soup 4.
Oh, dear. Okay. I know you cracked me up, by the way. Where is my Advan that I ordered?
Palisades Communication Division Papa.
There are some things we can't discuss or YouTube shuts me down. There is no free speech on YouTube. I have agreed and signed contracts with YouTube. There are things we cannot discuss. So I have to shut down the conversation when it goes towards that. There are things that are not free speech, such as inciting violence and telling people to break the law. This is
Palisades Communication Division Papa. I'm getting reports from a strike team leader, multiple people in the area walking in and out of lanes at Pacific Coast Highway across the Big Rock Drive. If you could start law enforcement.
All right, once again, Palisades left channel, Sunset right channel, audio. So, but we've been doing this a long time.
Communications copies. People are walking in and out of the street at PCH.
Yeah, branch 1 of 705. I copied that. I'm working my way up Nicholas and across Solar. We'll be there momentarily.
I think I'm being yelled at by a child. I'm not really sure. But when people don't know proper punctuation, it's hard to tell.
7, Helicopter 605 on LA County V1.
Yeah, just stop talking about doing, stop fantasizing about violence. It's not acceptable on my channel. It's distasteful. So I really don't like it when people are in chat talking about, oh, you know how I could kill somebody and get away with it? Shut up. Nobody likes that conversation.
So just for clarification, I'm up Nicholas near Solar Drive, where turns into Estral and Solar, working my way towards Runyon Canyon. You're wanting to redirect me to where right now?
Revenge fantasies are fantasies, but
Division Juliet from Communications.
people died today and people's homes are burning down. Can we just kind of keep weird conversations like that to a minimal? I'm seriously telling people what to do about arson. So if you see something unusual,
1875
Communications.
take a picture about it. Don't be a cop. Don't run out with a weapon, okay?
Branch.
Good meeting.
Communications. We're getting reports that at 16601 Marquise Avenue, there's an apartment fire with people trapped. How do you copy?
An apartment fire with people trapped. Remember what we're talking about, what people are going through. Is
You were walked on. Repeat, please.
Twitch is over there where you could do the
I'm just looking for a spot to meet up with you.
the just chatting, you know? Life and death situations over here.
Branch 5, we have reports that there's an apartment fire at 16601 Marquise Avenue, and people are inside.
Copy. Can you spell the name, please?
There's an apartment fire.
MARQUEZ.
Yeah, MJ, they lost communication between the copters and the ground.
Copy. Go for 1015.
These radio situations happen all the time.
Communications clear 1904.
They don't work much of the time. They
Branch 5 from Communications.
take a lot of losses in the state due to bad radio.
We will leave 1015 up here, and we're going to send engine Structure Defense Group 2 go 60 down to whatever location you want them to go to.
Oh, the HP Wrens, I forgot about them. These are high def.
Branch 5 from Communications.
Copy that. 1875 Fuller.
Branch 5.
Branch 5 Communications. We also have a residential structure fire at 17337 Tramato Drive.
That's Palisades, they're talking. Palisades is not over.
T-R-A-M-A-T-O, Tramato.
The new Sunset Fire
That is correct, and it's going to be in Division Mike.
is getting worse because they lost communications with...
Thank you. And we do have Juliet resources en route to the first report.
They lost communications with the pilots.
Communication copies 1905.
Yep, MJ, just par for the course. Yeah, I was about 15 minutes ago, 20, that they're like, we lost communications with the chopper. So they can't coordinate any air drops whatsoever because the pilot has to talk to the crews and say, are you out of the way? And then the crews has to say, yes, we are. Go ahead and do it. They also flash lights at each other. It's like laser pointers. Sometimes they actually are lasers.
Operations, Branch 7.
It's like on your pen, it doesn't make heat. And the copter pilot will flash the ground, like, do you want it right there?
5 civilians have been removed from Fire Camp 8. That box is closed.
Finally.
Operations copies.
So then they'll reply and say, no, not right there, over here. And they'll try to put their flashlights at it. They'll point at each things until they come to an agreement. Where should the drop be? The fire crews then do a head count, say, yeah, we're safe at a distance. Go ahead and drop it.
Yeah, odds from Strike Team 1010.
Especially at night, there's a lot of talking because the amount of retardant through water,
Operations, go ahead.
it weighs so much it'll break your neck.
Yeah, odds, I have my strike team up here at Old Ranch Road. I've been trying to get a hold of our strike team leader, 1054. Unable to get a hold of him.
Branch 1 from 1015.
I was just wondering if
you want to redesignate as a structure defense group up here?
Get some rest tonight, or if there is a depot plan in place.
Yeah, I couldn't make out everything there.
Division you guys working on?
I know, Rogel, I know.
Division Alpha right now, and we're stationed over here on Old Ranch Road. No wind, no fire.
Branch 1 from 1015.
All right, go direct to Division Alpha for that.
I couldn't make out everything. They were talking about being at Old Ranch Road. Thank you so much for your kind donation, Denzel. That's the cutest hippo.
That's channels 23, I believe.
What's rare to happen in January?
Affirmative. V-Fire 23 for Division Alpha.
Trying to catch up with chat.
Yeah, roger that. I've tried that. We're having issues with V-Fire 23 channels getting out. This is so I'm not sure what the issue is.
They're talking about channel 23.
You can go direct to Branch 1. I'll be on command.
Yeah, Mountain Kayaker, of course, has been Santa Ana's in January.
Roger that, thank you.
Santa Ana's run seasonally October through January. It's the way they are. But even if it's wet already, they still run through January. The thing that's unusual is the red January. This is what I call it.
Palisades comms from Will Rogers Base on V1.
What is unusual is the wet season to be delayed this long. It's usually arrives by Christmas.
Rogers Base from Communications.
Every once in a while, though, it skips December and arrives sometime mid-January.
I'd like to order up one additional ALS rescue to respond here to Will Rogers Base and report to me. This is Kidahata.
Didn't it burn down? Will Rogers' house? The estate? Thought we lost it.
Branch 1 from operations. Air to ground is going to meet you on G4.
Requesting one additional RA to respond to you.
Roger, that will
Branch
be
1
for a total of 3. I got 68, 43s, and then this new rescue. I just can't keep the rescues in that base, so I'm losing them too fast.
Not sure 100% of what he's saying. Rescue units? Rescued people? Sorry, I don't mean to sound harsh. It's the pain talking.
Operations from Communications.
Now, a red January is when the wet season has not arrived yet, so it's critical, crazy vulnerability.
Communications. Will Rogers is requesting an additional paramedic ambulance. How do you copy?
Yeah, I copy it loud and clear. Approve, make the request.
2017 December, the Thomas Fire.
Operations go for Branch 1.
a December fire, Santa Ana's.
I'll make the request.
One of the worst ever. What were the others, guys? The Woolsey of 2018? Was that, that same time my friend, no, that 2017 was when my friend died.
Branch 1, we're making the request now to have them come up on 11.
2018, November 8th, that's the same day that the campfire broke out in Paradise. So that was what took my attention at the time. So you got October through January, you have the worst fires that have ever hit California, because winter is California's worst fire season. Now, January is more unusual to have a big honker fire. I can't remember which one it was, but there was a January 7th that was just crazy in the area. We could put on fire history, I guess. You locals would know better than me that the thanks, RJ. I was contemplating on what to do there. I look back. Let me just see if the actions were appropriate. Probably. Yeah, some trolls are uncreative. In fact, I think that one might have been a bot. I think Gerald was a bot actually. It's hard to understand what a bot troll is for, but generally provocative type of things. Oh, this guy's name. Oh, this person. I gotta see. Fives Out. Junior JKR Aslow. What an amazing name that is. Whoa. That's for political discussion, I suppose.
Yeah, Ops from Task Force 1010. Can you give me the channel for command, please?
Okay. Gerald was in chat. Was either a bot or a child, I think. Used the wrong no apostrophe RE. A couple of times, that sort of thing. But then again, nobody seems to understand grammar anymore. I guess they don't teach it anymore. Sunset, right channel audio, left is Palisades. We may turn Eaton back on if there's a reason to, but J-Cat, hey, how's things down there? Sunset, Hurstfire, wait, what? I think he was a kid, possibly. I remember doing stupid things as a kid, and you know what I thought? I could dial anybody in the world right now and hang up on them. Like, that was like a 7-year-old thrilling thought back in the day. I mean, yeah, I remember what it's like to be a kid. It's like, oh dear. It's the prospect of excitement of maybe I can affect the world. Maybe I can affect other people. And that excites kids so much, they don't really think it through. Like, why? Who cares, you know? I mean, kids also, like, push each other and shove to be the one to press the elevator button. You know? It's kids. That's right. That's why moderators, I have to help them to calm the heck down, because oftentimes don't take what people say too seriously. They could really be 7-year-olds. Terry Ray says, my son's birthday's in January. I have parties in the rain, sun, and the wind. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching the Gerald to just kind of see. I was trying to figure out if that was a bot. So it's totally fine you guys took actions. It's proved. By the time you were saying the helicopter crash, I was about to say, okay. But it took a while for somebody to get to that point where they're just kind of low-hanging fruit, reaching for attention. But I would rate the trollery a little bit higher than normal, because most trolls go in for the kill right away. They come on too strong. You've got to pretend to be a normal person for a while. It just come on a little bit creepy. and then act normal for a bit. Be a little bit more creepy, act normal for a bit. And you got to do the art of the trolling, right? The harmless kind. And that's how you got to win trust that way. And keep people guessing, and then you got to hit them with something extraordinarily.
Yeah, Ops from Task Force 1010. Can you give me the TAC channel for command?
Left field. Something extraordinarily left field, and it should be funny. Otherwise, it's not good trolling. Sorry. It should be funny. So that's the kind I can admire.
1010, just go direct to branch 1 on command, V1.
Remember, a good troll never admits they were joking.
Yeah, Roger, thank you.
Remember. That's the right way to do wrong, according to Catherine. That'll be $5, but when you perfect your trollery, you can pay me then. See, when I teach classes, I'm not most normal teachers. You don't pay tuition up front. You pay tuition in arrears, right? After you're successful, after you become a successful troll, you come back and see us. I trust that
Division Alpha on command. Are you trying to reach me?
you'll remember who your friends are, who helped you get your start. All right. Yeah, sleep deprivation is really kicking in now, friends. Okay. Dustin Kennedy's is just a job. Want to go to Southern California, but the seasonal's not requested as part of strike teams. Oh dear. They can use all the help they can get down there. So, Sadie, Small World Life, hey, welcome back.
I copy. I was just up there with Branch. I'll type back in with you momentarily.
LA County unit staged on the Sunset incident. Meet at engine 18.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's hard to keep up with chat. But thank you for telling me to check the Eaton Fire and the fact there's new evacuations. Try to get my attention if you're on desktop with @Catherine KAT, and then if my name pops up, select it, and it'll highlight that. We are rambling. We're good here. Yeah, RJ, cursive is coming back. They're starting to panic and require it in schools, thank God. But a couple generations went by without it. What the dumbing down of society that bothers me, though, as a peeve, is calling everything a baby animal. No, there's one baby. It's called a human. Everything else is a something else. That's why you teach your kids something else. But no, there are a couple of things that we are unique. We are the only creatures that have a baby. So you only use that term to teach children the proper terms for what juvenile animals are called. When CNN and others started calling things like a baby elephant, I was just like, what are you, 9? Okay, journalism's dead. In junior high school, it was embarrassing to call something a baby elephant, the baby horse. But you know what really takes the cake? It makes me just want to cry. God. It's when somebody says it's a baby lamb. Ah!
Operations, Division Juliet, on command.
No, it's not a baby lamb.
Operations, go ahead.
Think about that.
Hey, I need to order animal control for an injured German Shepherd on the division.
Oh, no. Oh, this dog that's injured. Oh, God. Okay.
Go ahead with the address location.
I don't think there are new Eaton evacuations.
6030 West Sunset Boulevard, cross of Wildfire Street.
LA County Dozer 7.
They'll be with engine 382, be the point of contact.
Sorry, I don't see new evacuations on the Eaton Fire.
Operation copies. Communications. Operations.
I'm not 100% though.
Operation Communications. We copy.
As you can see, I can confirm that
Operations from Will Rogers. Just to let you know, I do have animal services
11, LA County
here
Dozer
with
7.
me if you want to dispatch out of here.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Did you copy the address?
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I was running over to get her right as you were dispatching it. Go again.
16030 West Sunset, across the Wildemar. Apparatus contact will be engine 382 on division Juliet. TAC channel V-Fire 25.
The wind is supposed to lessen. The high wind warning
And
expired.
It was a German Shepherd that was hit by a car. Is that correct?
Oh no.
Unknown on mechanism injury.
Unknown mechanism of injury.
Copy that. German Shepherd. I will line her out and tell her how to get up there. The ETA from here is probably going to be about 15 minutes.
All right, the high.
10 minutes. She has light.
Okay, so the high wind warning was extended
Communication operations, animal control is being taken care of through staging.
until 10 p.m. tonight. Gusts up to 60 miles an hour.
Communications copies. Thank you.
Sustained winds.
Cleared 1922.
Sustained winds 30 to 40 all along the Malibu coast. And thereabouts. So, and an air quality alert. So this is for the Santa Monica region. Yeah, oh dear. You should feel honored, Light Fawn. You should feel very, very honored. Yeah, there haven't been a lot of good news things today in the last 24 hours, but we've had some miracle-type rescues.
Copy, I'm at Sunset and Baylor at the intersection here. I'll tie in with you here in a bit. Are you on Marquise?
No. Sorry, what is the forecast tomorrow? How much sleep should I get?
Copy,
How to
I see you on the corner.
come back to my post? Red flag through Friday? What day is it? It's Wednesday. Okay. It'll be breezy tonight with a north wind 10 to 20 miles an hour. Gusts as high as 25. Remember, that's the fake forecast. We just heard about the 40 mile an hour sustained 60 gusts. It's the real forecast, which is always what the bulletins are. This is more like a guideline. Sunny, high near 67. There's a 48. Gusty. In bone dry conditions, it doesn't have to be like crazy winds. It could be 35s, 38s, gusting to 40 and 45, and that's all it took for things like the Dixie Fire to just go straight to hell. It was the dryness that was the critical factor, and the fuel load is enormous. There's just so many oily, dry bushes right now. No measurable real rain since July, when we had a couple of wet storms. Hold on to your butts.
Hey, Task Force 1010, Division Alpha on command.
Okay, back to our compelling cameras. Just saying, remember, I give good survival advice.
Task Force 1474, engine 40 on command.
Remember me saying this was a good place to shelter in place? This is where the white van parked. If you can't see the road ahead of you, if there's fire in front and behind you, pull over to a safe spot and ride it out. And I didn't expect the fire to actually demonstrate for me that I was right, but sometimes I hate being right. They left the white van unattended, and it was right next to a different vehicle, which lessened its chance of survival.
This report to ICP.
And then all hell broke loose. And we had the camera burn over.
Affirmative. I think there's a base or a spike camp set up at Will Rogers, but the main ICP, when I came in today, was still getting set up, but it's up at Zuma.
And I thought the van might bite the dust a few times, but it made it on its own. I mean, usually you need to be there to kick away flaming debris and
Appreciate your effort. Thank you.
the like. But it was fine on its own, apparently. What's odd is a couple times it seems like there's a door that's open on the van in the back. Like a white thing, almost like a side door, but I don't think there is a side door in vans like that. It's, you see, it's like it just pops open like that. It could be something else resting against that truck. I don't know what it is. It's a little bit too small to be a door, but it comes and goes. So at first I thought, well, the van will bite the dust just because somebody left a door open. But it's more like something got propped in between the vehicles. It's gone from the latest views. But it just goes to show it was facing the wind. If it was, you should park with your ass into the wind, so there's less smoke intrusion into the car, and just read a book and write it out. This was a perfectly defensible spot because dirt doesn't burn. I have to make sure is there's no trees above you or poles that can crash down on you and ruin your parade. Somebody could be sleeping in the van. Well, they have balls of steel to ride that out. It never once did it look like anybody was occupying it during the Ember Storm. If I had seen somebody come in or out of that van, I would have called 911 myself and been like, rescue that person. It's rare. I don't do it every year, but every once in a while I see something on the cam and I call 911 or the 911 operators for that county. Like when we saw overheating power lines, high tension power lines in Oregon, I called that county and said, I don't know what we're seeing, but there's big heat detections from space. On the map, all we see is power lines. They really could be overheating. Please contact Bonneville.
Branch 5, planning ops and command.
Because they may be frying their lines. There's something wrong. Dispatch was like, okay. Who are
Contact me on my cell, please.
Who are you again? I'm like, that's a lot to explain. But I monitor fires from
Branch 1 Zulu, command.
partly satellite data. She goes, I'm like, it's not a prank. Just have somebody check it out.
We're going to need 2 hand crews. Going to have them report to the intersection of Curson Ave and Curson Place. That's 2 crews.
Now, the reason I would have called 911 for somebody is, people need to know that you're sheltering in place. That's best, that you tell law enforcement or somebody where you're sheltering in place. It's not foolproof. If flaming debris rolls up against the vehicle, you have to get it away from the vehicle or you're going to lose the vehicle. You can't let the tires catch, because what the tires do is they burn so hot, they're going to catch everything else. Especially the gas tank in the rear, that you have to protect that. So you can't just take a nap during the fire. You got to be awake. You probably will. I mean, that's hard to sleep through. And you have to jump out, hold your breath, help close your eyes maybe, or put something on if you have it, because the embers will just blind you.
Okay, Branch 1 Zulu on command B4.
You have to move flaming debris away from the vehicle. Now, the other vehicle is parked too close. What if this truck...
Resource request in Zulu for 2 hand crews.
It looks like a wooden bed, like the walls of the bed are wooden.
Communications, LA.
If embers got in there and there was something to catch, this van would have been toast.
Go ahead for communications.
Okay, going to 11, I copy 9.
Palisades communication, we're getting reports of 2 structure fires. First address, Division Zulu, 217, LA County on V4.
21801 Saddle Peak Road. Second one is going to be 21484, 21484, Colina Drive.
Whoopsie. Into the wrong tab there. There's still ongoing battles and firefights. I think I may have lost that one.
Communication copies. You have reported structure fires at 21801 Saddle Peak Road. And the second one is 21484 Colina Drive.
Palisades communication, that's affirmative. And also just got another one, 3503, 3503, Los Flores Canyon.
Some of these places, the fire's already been passed. So the thing that...
Communication copies 3503 Los Flores Canyon.
Yeah, it's like a dump truck. It survived as well. This is current.
Communication, that's affirmative. LA out.
I mean, wait, this is the beginning of the time, excuse me. I believe it survived as well. Otherwise, the van really wouldn't have. Yeah, this the latest view at the time. Dang it, did I lose my time lapse?
Division Uniform Victor, Branch 7 on command.
Yeah, before we lost the cam, this was this last view. Now, these homes burned down one by one.
7, Division Uniform Victor, trainee, go ahead.
Simply because nobody was there.
Confirming you copy those addresses for possible structure fires.
They didn't have water. They didn't get the water trucks.
Can you repeat the numerics?
It took over 6 hours.
First one is 21801 Saddle Peak. Should be where 40 Charlie's working. Break. Second, 3503 Los Flores.
Division Uniform Victor, trainee copies. Have units in the area, we'll be sending them that way.
And
okay.
The third when you're ready.
Go ahead with the third.
21484 Colina Drive. I'm still researching that one to see if it's in your division.
Colina or Colima?
Yeah, Colina Drive should be at branch 10.
Sorry. You could fix that by forcing mono. Mikhail, or I'm saying your name wrong. I'm sorry. Welcome back. Jan Dewey says water is only coming from the air. So in the whole Palisades area, they lost water pressure, and so one of the reasons they did is they have an antiquated and inadequate system of tanks. You can go without electricity. It's called gravity-fed system, and it's a lot of older towns have it at water towers or even on the top of old hotels and buildings, and they're very quaint now, and everybody loves them. But back in the day, they were considered eyesores, but, you know, the old water towers. So...
Yeah, branch 7, branch 10. What was that address on Colina Drive?
Those evolved into these big water...
Branch 10, it's 21484 Colina.
They're like marshmallows in the landscape. In fact, one of the cameras is on one of them.
Broke off of 21?
Yeah, the camera actually that we were looking at.
21484.
Is on top of the water.
21484. Well, we'll look at it. It's in branch 10. I don't believe the fire's impacted that area yet.
Branch 7.
You can sort of see
branch
it.
10,
It's on top of a tank.
Did you copy that address on Colina? Affirmative. Just didn't copy the issue.
Here's the fire.
Reported structure fire, but that should be like where we're working our way up to where we propose to start the dozers. I think the fire's quite a ways from that area.
All right, left channel audio, that's Palisades.
Yeah, I'm up there now. I just brought let the current guys in here. We got the crews working. I'll go do a spot check on it, but fire's not near that area yet. Okay, it was 21484. If you could check that, and if we could clear it, then we can go with communication and let them know.
For the big size of the communities downhill,
Papa Branch 7.
to keep a gravity-fed system and significant water supply for just such an occasion, fire, flood, hurricane, whatever, where it's good to store fresh water that you don't need to treat or do anything. You need really big marshmallow-style water tanks that hug the ground, the kind that resemble the ones over there with the oil refining. It's on the ground, right? Marshmallow. However, what we heard today was some pretty horrible things. They tried for hours with city officials to try to get some electrical thing up and running to get the water pressure back into Palisades, and it failed. They never got to work. Small world life, thank you. So, like, here is the mini. If that's water, I don't know exactly what this is.
Branch 10 from communications. We have reports of a structure fire, people trapped at 17520 Camino de Yatasto.
Can you repeat those numerics again?
17520 Camino de Yatasto.
Natasto? What the hell is that?
Okay, you look in that area.
Okay. That's why I thought I heard it all.
Clear 1938.
A Chinook is dropping water in front of one of the cams, or just on the radio.
Yankee Zulu, did you copy that traffic from communication? Per structure fire, people trapped. Looking for the address and street. Might be up by 40 Charlie.
I hope that's up and running.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. It's either, could be all down in Palisades as well.
Okay, it got cut off.
Oh, okay, copy.
It's back in action. The V4 is back on.
Line communications, Yankee Zulu, can we get a spelling on the Camino de Atasto?
I thought you said Nestudo.
Yankee Zulu, I found it. It's in the north west section of that Palisades up at the top.
Cross
Okay.
Street is Verde de la Montura.
Yeah, I got it now. That's 75 Alpha. Yankee Zulu.
Okay, I don't feel so bad about mispronouncing stuff anymore. Okay. Yeah, they actually did do scooping from the ocean out of desperation the other day. It's rare.
Palisades comms from Will Rogers. Did you get a number on that rescue ambulance I ordered up?
It's rare and desperate. Salt water is so nasty and corrosive.
Will Rogers from communications, stand by.
It also poisons the soil permanently.
And ETA to Will Rogers.
So it's only done like right next to the ocean itself, which, well, there's a lot of salt spray already on the soil.
Operations from communications?
It tells you about the absolute desperation because salt water corrodes the plane. And
did we get another rescue ambulance assigned and an ETA?
other things.
Put in the request through you guys, so if we can communicate with LA on trying to get another rescue ambulance. We have 6843. Let's try to get an additional.
Communication copies. We'll contact them now. Thank you.
Thanks, Brown Thrasher and others keeping me abreast of the situation with the copters.
68 clearing hospital 680 ETA back to base camp there, about 11 minutes.
It's after sunset. They're all nighttime trained. It's pretty rare, but California's been steadily increasing the amount of nighttime helicopter pilots. I thought they'd do something modern, like put a heads-up display, so like a whole bunch of...
Rescue 6-8 from Will Rogers. I copy. 11 minutes back.
an array of cameras and sensors would kind of be interpreted by a computer, and then on the windshield you could project it just like in the military, and you would see the outlines of the terrain. So you would have you look everywhere you look in the cockpit, you see the terrain and obstacles. So you can do that with LiDAR and other things. However, it was worse than I imagined. It's a super old school technology, like from the 70s. It's, here's your night vision goggles. Here you go.
Zulu, Soup 17 on B4.
And it's like wearing binoculars. You can't see out the sides. Your peripheral is screwed. It's so dangerous. Like, no wonder they were reluctant to train pilots to do that. It's just basically like, I want to get killed. I don't understand. It's like it's the 21st century, not the 1970s. The sensors should do the seeing, not what's on your face, and it should be projected onto the
Charlie.
windshield.
Division Papa on command.
They already have some luxury cars with this stuff. The fighter jets. So okay. Or make it like the Ray-Bans, the magic glasses that are smart glasses. Do something like that. Project it right in front of your eye.
Communications, LA.
But don't wear night vision in a freaking cockpit. What the hell? It's just all kind of stupid idea.
Communications, go ahead and repeat your identifier.
They're very brave souls. It's like going into battle with World War I equipment these days. It's brave and it's being done. It's just weird.
Palisades Communications, this is LA calling. Reported fires at Mulholland and Stunt Road. Mulholland and Stunt Road.
I know, I can't believe. Okay, we lost Will Rogers Ranch because they didn't have enough crews to protect it, and that was hours and hours after the fire began. Just
LA from
one crew.
Communications copies. You report of a fire at Mulholland and Stud Road. Communications clear, 1943.
One crew could have defended it. It was perfectly defensible. Nobody was there.
Operations from Communications.
Operations, go ahead.
We're getting reports of a structure fire on Mulholland, cross of Stud Road.
I know WPB architect. I feel also for the firefighters.
Communications. Yankee Zulu.
They've been running to the ground and worked to death as a skeleton crew.
Division Yankee Zulu, Communications.
And they've had
reference the 17520 Camino de Estostos. Crews are on scene, negative fire, residence is buttoned up, no civilians.
Can you imagine it's your job and you get fulfillment by saving things and you're
Communication copies. 1944.
You're set up to fail and you can't save a damn thing except for the putz or whoever. Who was the guy?
Operations Branch 7, Muhammad and Stud Road will be in Uniform Victor. Break, Uniform Victor, do you copy?
Archer Defense Group 2, Battalion 718 from Engine 287.
Like that guy at the press conference that said, did you know what? There's fire crews that saved 15
Branch
homes.
7, Uniform Victor, copies.
No, wait. They lost all the homes. They didn't save any of them, but they saved neighborhoods by letting the homes burn. 15. What? I'm sorry, what? I still can't believe he said that, let alone grinned while saying it. I don't know who that guy is, but I got too angry to continue watching the press conference. The other one wasn't good either.
Yeah, Branch 7 from Uniform Victor. We'll validate, but we don't believe the footprint of the fire is that far north. This could be a new start.
Oh, God. That did sound unusual.
Branch 7 copies. You should have rotor wing right above you on air to ground 6.
Mulholland? Crapola. We may have a new fire. They said we don't think the fire's stretched that far yet. So I spaced out exactly what they were talking about.
Palisades Communications, LA.
I'm sure they'll talk about it in a second.
LA Communications, go ahead.
Palisades Communications, reports of another fire. Agora and Liberty Canyon. Agora and Liberty Canyon.
Sunset IC, you have Tactical Task Force 1063 in at staging at 78th. Communication copies. Agora Road, cross of Lindero Canyon. Company checking in.
What, Liberty or Lindora?
1063 at 78th.
Yeah, Ocean Wild, brace for impact. Hold on to your butts.
Last unit, repeat your designator.
1063, Tactical Task Force at 78th.
Task Force 1063, that's engine 496, engine 86, and engine 81.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, Justin, yeah, I agree. It's like, what the hell? So, yeah, the morale of the firefighters is probably shattered by now. I mean, you can't, the putz that was grinning at the time saying they lost 15 homes, but they saved the neighborhoods. Sorry, what, dude? In what world is this okay or something to smile about? There was a question. It was a press person's question. How are the firefighters doing? Oh, they're exhausted because, they've been doing stuff like this. And so that was his good example. Like, what planet are you from, dude? I don't know about you, but if I signed up to be a firefighter and I'd be like, oh, we lost 15 homes today. Oh, yeah, there's a bunch of fatalities, too. And entire neighborhoods burned down because we didn't have water, support, relief. We didn't have food. We didn't have fuel. We defended a neighborhood all day. Then had to pull our hose, go to the gas station, came back, and it was gone. I don't know about you. I would not see that as a good day at work. It would haunt me forever. These are high points of people's careers if they can perform magnificently during these crises. This is a crisis. It will be remembered for decades. And hopefully studied so that it doesn't repeat again. This level of incompetency, poor planning, and poor leadership. It's the upper echelons. I don't know where it's going wrong, but the entire system broke down. And the crews pulled miracles, but they were running to the ground. And it was a skeleton crew. It still is a skeleton crew on all the fires, even though there were plenty of other fire departments in all these other towns, like 50 plus other towns that could have come and helped. They didn't. Not many showed up. And so either they didn't ask for help
Palisades IC for Metro.
because they underestimated the potential for the fires, or they thought, oh, everything's cool now. We'll have enough. Or they didn't get the help. I don't know what's scarier. They didn't ask or they didn't get.
This is Metro Dispatch. We have an emergency trigger activation, engine 66. Nobody is acknowledging.
LA County Soup 17, Zulu on V4.
You have AVL location.
I'd like to know a location.
Going there in front of 16601 Marquez Avenue.
Yeah, copy. I'll get hold of them right now. They're on branch 5 working on a commercial structure right now.
Okay, don't crash. Come on, browser, don't crash. Don't crash.
Communication, Division Papa on command.
You can do it. There you go. Good browser.
Division Papa from Communications.
And branch 1 from Hilco, I have that message. We got the next few water drops
Stealth and 5200 Alpha are in the area. The only thing we've located so far is just the retaining wall on fire. Not seeing any evidence of a commercial structure fire. I'll continue to investigate. But all we're locating right now is a retaining wall on fire.
Yeah.
Communication copies, unable to locate. Communication clear 1951.
Yeah, branch 1, Elko, if you can drop me on 11, that is where we're focusing our efforts.
Metro, Palisades operation. Engine 66 is par accidental activation of the emergency button. They're clear.
Good.
Clear on the activation.
Branch 1, LA County Dozer 7.
Not a heart. I mean, it's a heart. But is it art? And it could be a raindrop on a lens or something. Neat bokeh effect. I'm going to call it a heart. It's a heart. There's some unbelievable hellish landscapes. It's looking south. Sage Peak 2.
Branch 1, LA County Dozer 7.
Dear.
Division Zulu, County Engine 18 on V4.
Some sort of an ancient telegraph pole that they turned into a power line. Or something. All right, let's go back to chat. I'm starting to fall asleep while with my eyes open. I'm micro-sleeping. So, thanks, Big Al, for reminding people to like and sub. I've totally forgot. And thank you, everybody who's donated. Keeps us ad-free and on the air, because ads just don't have a place here. It's just against the mission. Big Al says, Sunset Fire update and evacuation center for the Sunset Fire has been opened at the Pan Pacific Recreational Center.
All companies on the Sunset incident from Sunset IC, when directing operations on V4, use direct. We're having major comm issues.
Oh, God. Major communications issues still, starting hours ago. So that may make the Sunset Fire worse. I haven't seen any footage of any losses yet, just what, before I went live. Fire Photo Girl was in, thanks to Big Al sending me the link, she was in neighborhoods, and it was just, I started to understand how badly it was going wrong when residents were like, where is everybody? The neighborhoods had small fires in it for hours. Where is everybody? And she's like, I don't know, rescuing people. They're like, okay, but they should have been here by now. Hours have gone by. And that's when we first understood how wrong it was going to go. She was putting out fires in neighborhoods. The journalist. I would probably do the same thing. I mean, that's sometimes you just put the camera down, and she was picking up people's garden hoses and apparently doing that for them and moving on. People were grateful, but they're also like, where is the help? And I'm like, yeah, if it did start hours ago, where the hell is the help? Some neighborhoods didn't see any official drive through it for 8 to 9 hours. Some people requested evacuations and were ignored for 8 to 9 hours. Some evacuation requests happened last night, and they're still not evacuated. They're the same addresses that I've been writing down. I'm on page 27 of my notes. So, there is a complete and utter breakdown of the system, and now we have a communication breakdown too. The radios were less of a concern. Oh shoot, the smartwatch just died. So I can't check. Somebody just sent a donation. Thank you. Through Cash App or Venmo. The smartwatch is dead though. I gotta charge it. I chewed the side of my mouth off in two ways. One, the tooth was sharp, and then today it was numb. So I really have got to pass out. I'm no longer viable, right, as a good, trustworthy resource. If I'm this fatigued, I can sort of, adjust the cameras, but I need to be sharp, and we have red flag through Friday. So it's not over. This fire, all these fires will rage for days, except maybe if they're really lucky tonight and they get a lot of nighttime drops, the sunset could be forward progress stopped by tonight. I don't have a lot of hope for that. Do we have a confirmation that there was a new fire or not? Do we? What was this Wildfire thing?
Base Soup 17, Zulu on V4, go.
River bottom heavy fuels. 4 engines and 1 crew can handle it at the scene. The additional resources have been canceled. Okay, so Simi Valley, you can breathe a sigh of relief. Well, don't breathe because your air is radioactive. But other than that, I'm making a poor joke there. The Simi area once had a nuclear reactor. It melted down. It wasn't a civilian one. It was a experimental one, is what I should say. So when it melted down, the plants absorbed the radioactive particles in themselves. That's what plants do. They suck up radioactive particles. Well, any kind of metallic particle, radioactive metals, all the same to them. So if the plants were ever going to die and burn, that means the radioactive particle goes back into the air, and it could truly be fallout, right? So get this. I've done a couple of specials. The community around Simi said, for God's sake, government and whoever, please clean up the nuclear fallout that's contaminating the site of the reactor meltdown, please. Thank you. Because one day there could be a wildfire, and then it would rain radioactive fallout all over wherever the wind was blowing, wherever downwind is. And so the community was like, for the love of cars, do it. They lobbied, they got ignored. There was a fire, and they did a long-term kind of study thing. Sure enough, they did find radioactive fallout some places. Not enough to be concerned about, the officials said. That's very comforting, right? However, it was proven that the worst fears of the community could indeed come true, and did. Oregon Valley Girl says, thank you and team, appreciate your time and expertise. Good seeing you, and wish we were having a fun stream. I've had a rough November and December. I was hoping January would be relaxing. So we can't let our guard down until the wet season finally arrives. Right. EB says, get some well-earned rest, Catherine. Yes, I've now decided I will rest, but what do I do about the stream? Yeah, Brandon J., welcome back to Virtual Tourist. You mean the open air radiation contamination in North America, that one? We're talking specifically about the Simi Valley nuclear meltdown thing. Yeah, it's a bummer, but it's all verifiable. I should just go ahead and do what I originally wanted to do, Catherine's Dark Tales for winter. No spoilers, just come here while I read the book in front of the fireplace, and it'll be a dark tale. No spoilers. No spoilers about what it's even about, but it'll be mind-blowing but true. And people will rush to look it up and, you know, like dark, spooky tales. All right, what do I do about the stream? So, the thing is the browser keeps crashing, so a full computer restart would be the best thing to let it do its update and restart. That would take a long time to reset up the stream. I'm not particularly awake, competent. Arcadia 1 camera is getting scary. Really? Okay. Yeah, we haven't looked at that one for a bit. I tried to set up a 7 or 8 camera tile today that would update all of them at the same time, and the browser kept crashing. I almost didn't make it to my appointment. So that's not an option right now. I would have done that. And we wouldn't have to flip back and forth between cameras. We would just monitor them. So, go back to the what cam again? Goldfish memory right now. Which one? Pacific, what? See, I can't remember what I just read. I'm this tired. And the tooth pain's distracting at this time. Yeah, John T., it's time to rest. Nighttime is when we can be the most effective anyway. That's when the media goes offline, people are asleep, but all hell can still break loose. Let's see. Let's see here. One back.
Sunset I see from Task Force at 1063. Would you like us to move to the Hollywood side staging as opposed to 78?
The Hollywood sign is where they're staging? Wait, what? That woke me up. Wait a second.
Hey, copy.
Wait, Palisades is...
17058, Fanny Inez. Looks like Division Zulu across the Palisades.
Yeah, 17058, Fanny Inez. Copy.
Well, yeah, it's true. An arsonist could be in the chat.
4175 Charlie. Division Uniform Victor, trainee on command.
Your eyes are bad, throat is mid. I'm sorry, rambling. Yeah. Arcadia went, yeah, sorry. Level of fatigue is bad. When you do make a deal with your body, you keep it, or it makes you keep the deal.
Branch 10. One additional for you.
You hit the wall, you crash.
17667, Camino Yastio.
17667.
Arcadia 1 is like a slow motion train wreck. It's been slowly backing up against the wind uphill. So you can see just how much fire can struggle to go uphill against the wind at very high wind speed, yet it can always climb no matter what. So it's much slower than usual. Backing means, well, moving slower because of something. For example, just think about walking backwards. You can still walk backwards. It's slower than walking forwards, right? So backing usually means kind of going downhill or against the wind in general. But it's a steady, slow march, kind of.
Yankee Zulu, Branch 10 on command.
Kind of a speed.
Resource over in Palisades over there on that Camino Day. Usato got 2 more reports of structure fires to check.
Yes.
I was going direct with 75 Alpha, and then I believe it was a Santa Monica engine that was working 100 by 100 spot, resource sufficient.
This is Santa Anita Canyon,
I'll try to go direct with them.
by the way. So this is the full 12 hours. I know you guys are saying it's getting scary.
Branch 1 operations.
The whole area next to the camera's been on fire for like 14 hours now. So it's kind of moved past and come back around. This is what I have to warn you about, is fires come and go into the neighborhoods.
Branch 1 operations on command.
As the wind shifts and as they move around with terrain. So fire will come back. You may think the worst is over, it's past, the wind shifts, dies down or whatever, it can come back towards you. This is what civilians don't think about, what fire crews constantly do. So that's what'll drive people totally nuts, is they think I can rest now, it's over, and it's coming back? What? It's kind of like tsunamis. Sometimes the event seems to be over, but it's just being drawn out to sea again, further and further. Oh, it's not going back to normal. The tide's going really far out. Crap. It's a startling, shocking, and unpleasant feeling. So you have to prepare yourself if you do stay behind or have to stay behind. You must prepare yourself. You will lose power. You will lose cell phone. You will lose internet. You will have the fire come and go. This is what people don't understand about Lahaina or Paradise or other places. They burn for multiple days. Towns can burn for multiple days. The fire crews run from one place to the next every time somebody calls in a smoke or they see one. But as the wind picks up and dies down, or embers find new fuel or don't, there's these lulls. They're temporary, and then it'll come back with a vengeance. So it can, if you don't know what to expect, all of this is just purely terrifying. Even if you do know what to expect, it's going to be somewhat terrifying. So just, it's a reality check time. I don't tell people what to do. I tell people what I would do if I were in their situations. Telling people what to do is ineffective. If somebody asks me a question, okay, yes, I will tell you what to do if certain circumstances arise. But the more you give people information and give them their options, the more they tend to make the right decision for themselves. And you can't police the behavior of others. So I don't try. And I try not to make any sort of a judgment. It's frustrating if I really want people to not be in a death trap neighborhood and somebody says, I'm going back in. I worry for people. But people cooperate, and they make the best decisions, and they have the most information. Relevant information. And information they can parse, that they can understand, that they understand the importance of. So, telling people like what to expect during a wildfire, what can break your spirit the most. Those factors are really good things to consider during survival. Your own morale is your own energy source. Your own, how it feels like it's wet, it's cold. You just got off the bus, you got to walk a long way to the house, and you didn't bring the umbrella, and you're wet and cold, and you're kicking yourself, you're hunched down. It's like, oh man, this is going to be a miserable walk. But something can happen to make you feel like $1 million. The girl you like smiles at you while watering her flowers, you feel like $1 million. Or you look down and there is a Powerball ticket and you just won $100. all of a sudden you feel great, you have energy, everything changed. It's your morale. And so these are psychological factors that determine how much energy you can have. So one of the parts about survival that you don't see on, like, YouTube shorts or whatever, that they focus on, this is how you can start a fire with foil or something. Those are interesting skills and everything, but what you really need to know is how to keep your own morale intact so that you don't give up. Or give up too easily, or perform with less quality, right? MJ says Paris Hilton lost one of her homes, her beach house. It's still tragic. We're all human beings and we can understand loss. And who knows what was in there. So I know that I'm not jealous of the rich, because I just know it. I know that it's very possible to be miserable and wealthy. So strangely, I kind of like her. I don't really know that much about her, but when I saw that show that she had, I hate TV and reality shows in general. And even though I like watching documentaries and videos, it's just, TV, like a lot of it's crap. What I found that I respected was she had her show was about having a job. So she doesn't. Okay, it's Hollywood productions are difficult. Stage productions difficult. It seems all glamorous and easy. It's not.
214-804 Colina Drive. Residence is secure, no fire, unoccupied.
Let's look at Arcadia too. So she was, it's called Simple Life or something. She was working class jobs, scrubbing toilets and flipping burgers and all sorts of stuff. So it was about rich people
staging operations,
doing menial tasks, and she didn't have to. Wow.
Let's go for Will Rogers.
Yeah, not sure if you heard the traffic, but you should be getting RA63 for your other ambulance over there.
This also is a learning.
I did not. Thank you. Rescue 63.
Hey, firm.
Mind you, there's another way that we could come together past class barriers, and that is a lot of the jealousy of the wealthy is imagining that they have life easier. Of course, in some ways their life is easier, but if you've seen, like, Lost, the first episode of Lost, like the Asian chick who's trying to leave her husband, and she was terrified of him, and she was trying to flee the country because he was like Yakuza. She was Japanese and he was Yakuza, like the Japanese mafia. So she had everything. He was providing her with jewels and furs and everything you could ever want, and fine luxury goods, and she was terrified and miserable. So when people imagine, when you are imagining the life of the wealthy being completely easy.
Alpha, we're getting reports of a structure fire at 13700 Bayless Road.
I've made 28.
Copy. 13700 Bayless Road.
That's a good copy. Communications clear. 2015.
Okay, I'll just write that down. Structure fire. So one of the ways that we can understand the wealthy have not had their homes spared because they were wealthy, even though they could afford a whole lot of things that maybe not everybody can, such as, landscapers to make your defensible space. They could have afforded really fancy stuff, and Cadillac fire insurance plans that entail a private crews coming out to try to save your property. It didn't help them much in these instances because private fire crews need water pressure. So it didn't matter. The fire didn't discriminate by class. It ate everything. It's like death. It doesn't care if you're rich or poor. You're coming with me. So this is one way that we could bond over such things. Shared loss is something all humans share a sense of. Yeah. Stacy McBee says, where did you see fire in Griffith Park? Who are you asking? Sorry. I must have missed some chat. Yeah. Oh God, yeah, Sadie, I forgot about that. There's things about her I don't know. I just, like I said, I don't know that much about her. I'm looking back up. If you fail to get my attention, try again. Put goofy smiley faces or whatever you need to. WP Architects says it's very refreshing to have an adult speak to other adults. As adults, the local news media speaks to the audience like their kindergarten class. It's so weird, honestly. Well, I am extremely weird. Let's start taking that as a compliment.
Communications operations.
But in all seriousness,
Operations, communications.
10055 Palisades Place. Investigated, nothing found. You can clear.
I don't see anybody talking about fire in Griffith Park unless I missed something drastic. I don't. It's in the Hollywood Hills.
Communication copies, all clear. 2018.
Sunset Fire. I don't see any brand new evacuation orders. 50 to 60 acres. That's surprising to me. It must have bumped into something and stopped in the flatlands. It's hard to say. It's much easier to chase and catch fire in flatlands. So, I don't know if that's luck, skill, or planning, but to be only 60 acres is surprising. That thing raced like a rocket downhill. And the wind has been partly our friend. The wind has been pushing the fire away, all these fires. They have not been spreading north like they could.
Check out that address on Bayless Road, and it's all clear.
Okay, clear. That's good. We knew.
Communications copies. The address on Bayless is clear. Communications clear. 2019.
So many of these reported structure fires are mistaken. Now, it's not people being stupid. They are seeing smoke and stuff, but it can drift past buildings, and it's hard to tell which building it's coming from. And some fires self-extinguish. I know that sounds really weird. But some, in fact, many fires will self-extinguish. Yeah. So, inside structures, it's usually because of flame retardants are actually in everything, and it's poisoning us all. The chair you're sitting in right now, or the couch, probably poisoning you every time you kind of sit down in it, because the cushions are highly flammable. They're usually polyurethane foam, the same stuff that's soundproofing in nightclubs that burns down nightclubs really fast. Mass fatality event stuff. It's so flammable, it's just like sitting on, well, squishy petroleum oil. So in order to meet fire code, to be able to make, say, a chair or a couch out of this foam, polyurethane, and bed mattresses and the like, They have to be impregnated with just metric tons of flame retardants, the bad kind, the dioxin kind, the PFAS, forever chemical kind. So most fabric is treated with that, like most of it, because it's just a speed bump. The fire, like a cigarette in general, is what these are designed for. Mostly cigarettes would be on fabric, and so it's got to resist that smoldering, right? And as far as open flame goes, it'll resist for a little bit. But once the flame retardant kind of goes away, just like when we see fires kind of going up against the red strips, the actual retardant of today, that's pretty harmless. It's different, the stuff that they're putting in landscape today. Wow, Mount Wilson East. Holy crap. This is awful. There's a skeleton crew at Mount Wilson Observatory. We almost lost it during the Bobcat fire, and this is a horrible deja vu. You can go back and see most of my Bobcat fire coverage. A lot of it still exists. Just type in the dates for Bobcat, search my archives. Yeah, I don't choke me, bro. Don't make me laugh while I'm inhaling beverage. That's dangerous. You're right, the comms seem quiet. They're both on, though. I can hear the hums. Good comms check. Fire crews are just, it's dinner time. Some of them are eating, and some of them are going to be trading places with the night shift. There usually is a bit of an hour of silence while they swap. What was I talking about? 2 points I was making. One from much earlier. Just can't get over this mesmerizing scene. I'm very concerned for the observatory. Some of the dead trees in 2020, which I was like, cut them down, please. They're fire hazards. They're still there. Ugh. Move the vegetation away from the structures and then stop worrying about it. Look, the trees don't need to be there. Sacrifice a couple of fingers to save yourself from dying of frostbite, okay? Just look at it that way. There's other trees. Let a few go. Because trees touching each other light each other on fire. Just thin them out. If the buildings are on fire, then it's more likely that the trees will be too. But what do I know about things? And what were the points I was making? The flame retardants, yeah. So I guess when I use words like impregnate and people go, ha ha ha, I kind of take the impact out of my own point I was trying to make, but you get it. You should be very concerned. The coating, the flame retardant is on the outer part of the furniture, so in the fabric, in what you sit on. Everywhere there's friction, there's dust.
For you when you're ready.
So we're inhaling the dust. They're very toxic flame retardants. Remember how they said
21801 Battle Peak.
Indoor.
Status check of that structure.
You know how they say indoor air pollution is worse than outdoor? Oh yeah. Part of that's the reason.
That address has been cleared by Branch 10 and Branch 7. No fire.
Good, Penny Grace.
Thank you.
That could definitely turn the tide if the airdrops are being effective. Brown Thrasher says November 15, Lima Alpha has finished its observations and landed at Palmdale. Thank you for the update. My mouth is hurting terribly now, and the throat. I have to save my voice. I forgot about that. Oh, it's okay, sweetie. Don't worry. That's all right. I set myself up for that one. Okay. So the other point I was making, treating other adults like adults, and that was refreshing. It's like, well, God, come to think of it, oh dear, I am like one of the only people doing that, right? So I made an earnest effort, and I'm still learning. I mean, there's psychology. I'm a Jungian, not a Freudian, right? So I can still barely talk. But the bigger word, not just the science or whatever, but the human psyche, right? That part of things. I barely understand my fellow man. I'm very strange, you know. So I've got a very low level of understanding of people and what they want from me unless they really spell it out. Autistic traits almost. No, I don't think I have autism, but I relate to that sort of thing. Like, if you want something from me, you better tell me exactly what the hell you want. I can't read your mind, and it doesn't occur to me to try. And when I do try, I have very poor skills at trying to interpret what somebody wants if they do not just straight up spell it out. So I drive people crazy, and they think I'm being a jerk or annoying when they say something like, oh, Uncle, I'll teach you how to use the remote control. Here, let me help you. He got upset, threw his hands up, and said, I don't get it. Like, with more anger every time I tried to help and explain something. I just kept thinking, well, maybe if I explain it a different way, he'll understand. I was more gentle and kind. He threw his hands up and stomped off. He yelled, I don't get it. So that hurt me a lot. Like, why was I yelled at? I came to the conclusion, the more I try to help people, the more they hate me. Well, this is hard on a kid, right? So what I didn't get was he was saying, I have no interest in this. That's what he meant by I don't get it. I don't get why people want to do this. Oh. Well, in that case, just say so. Just say you don't want to learn. I won't try to teach you. So he was getting pissed because he thought that I was not listening. I was trying to get my way. I was insisting, and I was pressuring. So he thought that I was being a pest. And so here I am, like, tragically depressed over this and other instances. So it just goes to show that that's a skill, learning to try to understand what people want from you and what do things mean when people don't mean what they say. Yeah, Sadie, and thanks for the hearts, friends, guys. Yeah, dehydrated water, same. You've got to be blunt with me to understand. Treat me like the 3-year-old that I will be the first to admit. Interpreting the wants and needs of others is a skill. I can do that pretty well when people don't speak English. Like, I pay attention more to body language cues, and if I hold up an apple and I say, hey, you want to eat this? You know, and somebody shakes their head no, that's communication that's direct. I get it. Oh, apple pie. I am watching my figure. Okay. What the hell does that mean? Do you want a slice or not? Okay, you're watching your weight, but does that mean you're making an exception today because you like apple pies, or you're not making an exception? Is that a no? Why didn't you just say no? Is that a no? Am I supposed to insist, and you're supposed to try to resist? But when I insist, you'll allow yourself to have the apple pie? Okay, for God's sake, just tell me if you want the apple pie. I don't know what that means. So if I'm getting better, though, at informing people. Like, in the past, I just kind of wing it. Just push a slice in front of somebody and hope I'm doing the right social thing. These days, I'm like, I admit I just don't know what that means. Would you like a slice or not? No hard feelings if you don't want a slice of my pie. And really, I'm not judgmental if you do. I don't give a damn. If you're watching your figure or whatever you're talking about, Laurel Canyon evacuation order, Gallant says, oh dear. Oh. The smartwatch is dead, so it's not giving me my updates. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Is that something new from the sunset, for example? Oh, good, he explained it. There was a second separate small fire on a hillside in the 2400 block of the Nichols Canyon Road, which is approximately 10 foot wide per radio traffic. Helicopters have knocked it down, and they're moving back to the Sunset Fire. You guys starting to smell that? Something smells really fishy.
Alpha for 2-3 on B4.
Now, there's always normal outdoor fires and structure fires every day in every county. LA is a big one in population and in size. There's always going to be fires. When you have Santa Ana's blowing, the potential for really small backyard fires to become big is much greater. So it may give you the optical illusion of an arsonist running around starting fires. No, on windy days they just tend. The normal ones that are starting every day tend to take off. Same thing in the summertime. However, what the beep, you know? What exactly in this particular region is what the beep is going on? It's just more and more of these just popping up. They need to be telling the public if they do suspect arson, please tell the public so we can help. If you suspect an accident, say that, please. But for the love of God, don't leave it up to the human imagination to wonder what's going on. If you want the cooperation of the public, give us a clue. Just don't. If you really think a power company did it, please don't wait 2.5 years later to tell us like the Bobcat. You know, just give us a clue. Yeah, embers can travel miles, but downwind, embers are slave to the wind. Fire is slave to the wind. It must go with it. Every once in a while you can have an erratic, sure. But what the hell's going on? This is too far away. This is against the wind and way too many canyons over. There's no possible way that the Sunset Fire is an ember from the Palisades. No possible way. It was definitely a new start. And we were watching this is when it broke out, and maybe ABC7 was in the air already. Let's look about what it looked like when it first broke out.
Is a new fire. This is the Hollywood Hills. This is the location that we were given, 2350 North Solar Drive. That's between Nichols Canyon and Runyon Canyon in the Hollywood Hills. There are a number of homes surrounding that. Chris Christie, are you available to give us some information about this?
Mark, very concerning sight here in the Hollywood Hills. We're just west of Nichols Canyon, just north of Hollywood Boulevard, where a major fire has just sparked in the last 5 minutes. We were over the Pacific Palisades. We saw the glow coming from over the hill, and just in the last couple of minutes that it took us to get over here to Hollywood, this thing has exploded in size. You can see northerly winds coming through the canyon here, just west of Nichols, just east of Runyon Canyon, and you can see this is all very thick fuel that is fueling this brush fire. LA City Fire is aware of this fire. They have immediately called for the 20 closest trucks to respond out here. However, accessing this fire is going to require more than trucks. They're going to have to get a quick reaction force over here as soon as possible, or more likely LA City fire choppers over here as soon as possible, depending on what resources are available. But this thing is blowing up before our eyes. It is a very sizable fire that is spreading rapidly. I'm going to try and get some more exact streets here. If you bear with me 1 second, Lucas, pan over to the right. So that's Runyon Canyon Road to the right there. And if we pull out all the way, so we can just put this into a frame of reference. It's just south of Mulholland Drive. And if we come all the way out, you can see due north of Bonita Avenue and Vista Street off of Hollywood Boulevard. So we're talking about 1.5 miles north of Hollywood Boulevard that is now on fire. It appears to be all brush at this point.
Operations Branch 1, go ahead.
Palisades left channel.
You got a spot to meet up? Affirmative, I'm currently at Pacific Coast Highway and South Canyon, meeting up with Branch 5.
You broke on location.
Next 55 KQ Advan 9.
Right side is Sunset.
I'm currently at Pacific Coast Canyon and
the helicopter crew was, you can hear how breathless he was.
And you're completely broken.
You got Runyon Canyon, correct? Solar and Astral Drives. Okay, so in the description, that stuff seems correct. Cass's burn. Okay, so yeah, Watch Duty has a series of layers, and so when you click the layers on, and if you refresh or don't, sometimes it remembers via cookies what you selected before in your browser. Depends on if you have a cookie accepted or not policy for the site, blah, blah, blah. Whether or not you're logged in to Watch Duty, the actual app. There's an actual app for the desktop, as well as the phones. So this is the Windows. Actually, this is the browser version. Excuse me. There's an actual app for Windows. I don't use it. I tend to put things in tabs. And I can do things like Zoom and stuff if I need to. You can do it in a browser. Everybody can by hitting Control plus and minus. You could try that out today. Control minus, Control plus over there by the 7890 backspace. Control plus, Control minus. Zoom in your browser. Zoom out. Woo! Or hit the reset button at the top. So yeah, it's a on-off switch for the red flag warnings. I took them off because, well, Watch Duty, bless its little heart.
Sunset IC, Orca 1403 Alpha, pulling up on things.
Has a D minus in the whole color scheme rating as far as my grade goes because I'm a web design student. So designing apps and websites was a thing I went to school for. I didn't get a degree in this, but this is what I was very enthusiastic about. One of the first things
let me know if you got the location.
That you learn is you don't do red and green anything. It's against disability rules. 35 to 38% of all men cannot see red and green. That's a huge amount of the population. So accessibility for that large amount of the population is quite important. So when I see emergency apps, especially the state ones and stuff, use red and green for evacuation maps, wrong. You are failing. You are out of compliance with the Americans with Disability Act, let alone don't you care about people? Like, there's too many zone haven things and whatnot, and it's red, green, and yellow. This is not a good idea. So I complained somewhat loudly to some of these places. Portland and other places. I say, could you please, especially Oregon's maps, which are not Genesis anymore, I don't think, uses ready, set, go. Even, you know what, Oregon, let's see, Oregon, ready, set, go, wildfire, evacs. Bet you that what we're going to come across for images here is going to be red, green, blue stuff, right? Yes, this is bad. Wrong. Jackson County, don't do that. If run for your life, evacuation, and just, well, start to get ready is the same color, fail. Clackamas County, you failed. Oregon Wildfire Response and Recovery, you failed, but pretty much all of Oregon failed. Even the Sasquatch propaganda, they're trying to replace Smokey Bear with Sasquatch in Oregon for some reason. Fail. So you learn this on day one about color schemes. You should never design a website or an app where nobody can use your product because all the colors run together. So there's a game called Ark Survival Evolved about riding dinosaurs like it's the Flintstones, no joke. Don't ask me why. And they had a blue on blue interface for your inventory. So I had a friend who, we were just talking about video games and dinosaurs and nerd stuff. He goes, I can't play Ark. And I said, why not? He says, I can't see anything. I open up my inventory and I can't see the objects in there because the objects are blue on a blue background, on a further blue background. So I could tell the difference in the slight color difference. It was like a teal to me. Kind of like the sky blue of these little cameras, and then the beam is like a darker blue, and the ocean is a little bit different blue, right? He can't tell the difference between any of those colors.
Palisades Communications, LA.
Yeah, Sadie, the reason stoplights are okay is because we make sure that red's on top. So the people who are red-green colorblind, they are going by what's on top versus what's on bottom. That's why they're standardized. It's a very good point.
Palisades Communications, LA.
If they took a stoplight and put it upside down,
go ahead for communications and please repeat your identifier.
It'd be interesting to see how many people ran it.
Palisades Communications, this is LA. We're getting reports of a fire, 21056, Los Flores Mesa Drive. Also getting reports at Canaan and Troutdale. Foreman sees planes in that area.
Oh, okay. So these bars, what are they? Okay, I can answer that.
Communication copy is getting a report of a structure fire at 21.
Oh, Carney is a joker, guys.
Mesa Drive, and also a fire.
Carney's an entertainer, man, and an old school supporter, one of my original crew guys. So, too many of my mods that don't realize Carney's a joking disposition, jolly, you know. They ban him all the time, and sorry about that. I have to keep checking the list if he disappears for a bit, but he's on the cool list.
The first address is going to be in Division Papa.
Sorry, what was I talking about?
Copy, Division Papa. Break.
Exactly, Brian.
Papa from communications.
You're a joker, a smoker, and a midnight toker. See? See, that's why
Division Papa, go ahead.
you're in the Cool Cat Club, dear.
Division Papa, we're getting reports of a structure fire. 210 Los Flores Mesa.
Most of these turn out to be nothing but sometimes they go and they put out the fire and they just say it's done. And it's
Communications Division Papa, you broke. I only caught 210.
oh god, communication problems.
Division Papa, the numbers are 2105 Lost Mesa Drive.
Operations.
Okay, so these are privacy bars, censorship. Now, sometimes it's homes. In order to put these wildfire cams all over the landscape, you have to negotiate with the people who are going to be right in front of them.
Looks like the numbers were broken. 21056.
For God's sake, that's driving me crazy. I'm going to mute that in a second now. So, in order to get the agreement, sometimes it's private landowners, private homes, properties. Sometimes it's businesses, and so they want to be up high with good, I guess, internet and whatever else you might need, power, right? This is oftentimes the rooftops of people's buildings, not just radio towers. They can be at the top of a big warehouse or something. So naturally, the people looking down into their backyard, they want their home blurred out or a privacy bar. Sometimes it's a bit odd, but if there are logos, I don't like some of the things really close to the camera are logos, company logos for who knows what. Those are censored too. And I was trying to figure out why, but I guess if you have a business and you have a security system, you don't want people to figure out which exact make and model or something. You know what I mean? I'm not quite understanding that part, but sometimes a pole is in the way or something, and part of the pole is blurry, and somebody comes in and tells me it had a logo on it. I don't know if that's because they consider it distracting or what, but individual homes, businesses, and whatnot, and or logos are where these privacy bars are. And they will remain there. They're an overlay. You remember school overlays back in the day? I saw one of these for sale. I almost bought it, but then I can't justify it. I was fascinated by the light projector overlay things that teachers had with they reeled, it was like a scroll of like plastic, and they wrote on erasable pen, and it would project that to the classroom. Those are the bee's knees, man. And yeah, some of these are individual homes, so even if it's on public property, it doesn't matter. If you're looking at somebody's backyard, then it's polite and maybe just the law to not film people in a way that compromises their security, right? So, yeah, the overhead projector thing. Yeah, with the erasable pen thing. Fascinating. You could put something underneath it and trace, So I got my hands on some of those for an art project and found them in the back, and I was like, oh, this is the coolest thing ever. And I think they use a Fresnel lens to do the projection, the true Fresnel, like those in big screen TVs. Hang on, friends, I need to check the chat. So that's what those are. Privacy blurs, the fig leaf for the Adam and Eve, Sometimes it's just pixelated, and sometimes it's like a blob like that. It's not very artistic. Gets the job done. But it's like an overlay. So in Photoshop, for example, you don't want to work on your original. You could screw up and then have a screwed up original. So you put an invisible layer, just like the overhead projector thing. It goes over the top.
Yeah, Orange County Strike Team 1403 Alpha, go to V-Fire 23.
Here's a better way to show you. Here's my webcam, See how it moves around? Woo! I can just snap it into place and woo, move it around. But because it's on the top of the layers of things for the broadcast, so you can order it. It's like a stack of cards. So the cheapest and quickest fix for something like this, to like get a video out there and you have to blur a license plate or something, is instead of using the pixel tool, you just use like draw a shape that has an opaque center, like just that's not transparent, and boom, it's an overlay, and there it is. Okay, so presumably if they needed, they could see beyond it, because they would just see their own footage with the layer removed. So if there was something important, like a real fire tornado or something that destroyed a house, they could probably remove the things if they had to, but I'm sure they signed a million privacy things. I'd be very curious to ask them, is it even possible to get the uncensored version of the footage? I suspect it is possible, but they may have had to disable that somehow for the paranoid, right? Well, Saddle Peak is continuously burning. Arcadia is one thing. Saddle. Somebody was near Saddle Peak and wanted to be evacuated. Okay, Palisades queued up for a second, but didn't say anything.
Division Papa Communications.
There they are.
Communications Division Papa. Units on scene, negative structure fire, be approximately about a 10 by 10 spot of vegetation, can't handle.
Yeah, just vegetation was on fire, not the structure. That's good.
Copies, negative structure fire, but you do have a 10 by 10 spot, which you are handling. Communications clear, 2053.
Operations, copy this traffic.
Magic. Josh says apparently Mount Harvard 2 burned over at 1 p.m. Yeah, I was wondering about that. That was when I was in the dental chair. It stopped working, and I couldn't get a good. Welcome back, by the way, Josh. Batman. I couldn't get a good time lapse out of it. Just the 12 hours of the Wilshire camera, Wilshire 2. I'm glad it's facing the same direction. Now this is an example in the foreground of the pixelated privacy stuff. I think it's overkill. I mean, if you want to get naked on your rooftop, okay, but this camera doesn't zoom that much, so I don't know. But this is more of the traditional pixelated kind at the bottom.
Outside Communications, LA.
Some of this is just unreal.
Go ahead, LA.
Communications, we're getting reports of 2 house fires, 21056 Lost Flores Mesa Drive, 21056 Lost Flores Mesa. The second one was at 1628 Monte Alto. 16728 Monte Alto. MONTEALTO.
No, you can't have Mount Wilson. Can't have the observatory. Fire's creeping towards it. Now, I thought this was one of the cams.
LA from, you have 2 reported structure fires, 1 Los Flores Mesa, and the second one is 16 Monte Alto.
Palisades Communication, that's affirmative.
Operations,
operations clear 2055.
Communications operations, the 21056 was just cleared. Break. Branch 10 operations.
What is this cam? What is this cam?
Copy that. 1628.
Mount Lee.
Monte Alto.
Sinai. Where's...
broke off drifter 16.
Where?
1682. Monte Alto. Looks like it's going to be in Division Zulu.
Not even showing the Griffith Observatory as a cam, so apparently not.
Operations from communications, I believe the numbers are 128 Monte Alto.
There was a running gag, I think it was from Saturday Night Live or something. It was about how regular journalists speak plain American English, flat accent, until they're required to pronounce a foreign name or a city or something. And all of a sudden they roll their R's and they're like fluent in some other language.
7-2.
Watching from Vegas, Joshua says. You a high roller? Being a nerd's a superpower. Hell yeah, Ghost Rabbit.
Communication operations extremely broken.
Ghost Rabbits in the sky. Thank you. Thank you for the pat.
Operations. The numbers on Monte Alto are 728. How do you copy?
Hey, Luna, you won the Catherine Award today.
16728.
Don't worry, that means you're a super nerd.
That is correct. I also have another report of a when you're ready.
Which is a compliment, yes.
What was the other address?
118 Don Air Way. 112 Don Air Way.
We've been awake way too long, so we've been broadcasting for 28 hours, right? 28, right? I've been speaking for about 26 or 25 or 26 of these hours. So the pain's becoming not intolerable, but not something I want to tolerate right now.
Branch 10 Yankee Zulu on command.
Yep, it's time for sleep.
Sure.
Brown Thrasher says 411 FA, Cal Fire 602 are going back to the west side of the Palisades. Okay. Thank you for keeping us abreast of the activities.
Yeah, Topanga Canyon Road's actually been cleaned up, and utilities are working on poles. It's completely passable. Best I've ever seen it.
Woo!
Again, you copy on command Port Structure Fire 16728 Monte Alto. I'm looking for it. I don't see it over there. Is it out in Zulu in the Palisades area?
Oh, Schnikes. Did they lose this home? That's a home.
Can you repeat the numerics only for Monte Alto? 16728. 16728.
I just realized that's a home.
Copy 16728 Monte Alto.
Did they save it or lose it? There's the copter. Copter went by. Camera turns.
Branch 5.
A few times.
Copy that last address on Denair Way. 1128, potentially Division Mike. Donair Way, D-O-N-A.
Wow. I think they saved it.
Copy.
Look at that screenshot.
Communications, branch 10.
Peak 1 cam.
Branch 10, go ahead.
Rasnow, I'll check it out.
The on Monte Alto 16728. It's confirmed it had total loss earlier in the day.
Oh no.
Communication copies, total loss earlier today. Communications clear. 2101. Thank you.
I didn't write that stuff down because mostly it's been false alarms. That's really sad.
Palisades Communications, LA.
A structure on their list to check. It's 9 p.m. now. Was a total loss earlier in the day. I didn't catch the address.
Palisades Communications, we have a report of someone unable to evacuate. It's going to be 20245. 20245. Piedra Chica, Piedra, and Chica Road, Chica.
Communications copies. 20245. Piedra Chica Road.
Palisades Communications, that's affirmative. Also getting two reports of structure fires at 19433. 19433 Pacific Coast Highway. Second one's going to be 20363 Skyhawk.
Okay, many of these are...
Confirming the last address is 20368 Skyhawk.
It's going to be 20363 Skyhawk.
Yeah, that seems like that is fire.
Communication copies 20363 Skyhawk.
That's
clear 2103.
That's one hell of a zoom.
75 Alpha, Yankee Zulu on command.
Wow.
75 Alpha on command.
So...
75 Alpha, Yankee Zulu. Got another reported structure fire for you. Clear to copy.
It sounded like 16728 Monte Alto was the total loss. Thank you.
1672 Monte Alto. It looks like it's up there in Palisades.
I'm not sure.
Hey, hold your traffic. Division Pop operations.
Okay, there were earlier in the day.
Got an address for you for potentially people trapped. 20245 Piedra Chica Road in the Big Rock area.
Trapped is a word being used pretty loosely today.
20245, what was the street name?
Yeah, the view line.
Piedra Chica Road. It's going to be across of Big Rock.
Could be the one 40 by 300 foot pile of rubbish on fire within the dump. Okay, so it's a
Branch 10 Yankee Zulu on command.
dump fire. That would explain why the fire's not moving. Good eye. So what they should do here is tell the public what the hell we're seeing. Identify the fire.
Yankee Zulu, just FYI, out of service, flat tire. I'm down on PCH, just east of Topanga Canyon. I'll advise when I have it changed out.
Okay, I believe there's ground support at base camp if you need it.
Yeah, that definitely could be a pile of something on fire.
75 Alpha, you came in broken. Can you... please?
75 Alpha Yankees.
How long has the camera been on this, though?
Branch 7 operations.
This is a 3-hour time lapse.
Branch 7.
Yeah, I got an address. Division. Topanga Canyon area. 3-6. Border structure fire.
Wait, the divide fire? Added to watch due to 849. Wait, what?
Operations Branch 7, you broke on all.
It isn't what I just identified.
Structure defense group from 1063.
3.
Fire 4.
For report.
Oh, that's way in the middle of nowhere. I think it's actually the dump.
Division Papa, 6 Charlie.
Fire at the dump that that camera specifically is on.
60 Charlie. Are you guys in the vicinity of Piedra Chica Road off of Big Rock?
Sunset IC from 1063.
I'm not sure if you heard my radio traffic earlier. We have an Indian down there right now. Negative fire. All the residents have started coming back since we didn't block that road, and now they're worried about ember cats in the area.
Oh, great. Residents came back.
Just confirming that's for 20245 Piedra Chica.
20245.
20245 Piedra Chica.
So residents returning, worried about ember cast. Okay.
Branch 7 from communications.
Branch 7.
Okay, so it's not a big crisis.
The numerics were 2-0. Skyhawk, did you copy?
Well, the divide is something else, but the RAS camera, whatever, is at the dump.
Branch 7 copies.
As it's, there was a 3-hour time lapse on this. This is a brand new fire called Divide Fire.
Yankee Zulu 75 Alpha on command. Be advised you were stepped on your last transmission.
I said I was going to bed again, and there was a new fire. I'm going to stop saying that. I'm just going to go. So, friends, the computer needs a rest. I don't think it can. I don't think the browser can handle putting up a bunch of things and leaving it on.
7 Division Papa. That structure fire off the Panga Canyon, I believe, is going to be in Division Papa. Is that correct?
Okay, so the radios are going off. Okay, LA County V4 was what we were listening to in the right channel audio. That's Sunset. V1 left channel audio was Palisades. V3 is still out there, and we just haven't turned it on for a bit, which is Eaton. So I'm not going to jinx this further. I'm starting to micro-sleep again. Remember, hit the like button, friends, right now. You'll never find us again unless you do. And please share the stream with the share button to anybody you think needs help with fires or would be interested or comforted by fire advice and monitoring. Especially the elderly or people who are not sure about how to use their phones, set it up for them. And remind them that the ringing bell is to be notified every time we go live. They have trouble finding us again, even need help with apps and updating them and stuff. Most of the audience is above the age of 60, actually. And that's why it's difficult to spread by word of mouth. The algorithm is against us because we're not very entertaining, but hey, we've had almost 14,000 views this time. We had a crazy something like 69,000 like earlier today. And I really wish I didn't have to have my tooth repaired, but hey, I can't plan when that happens. So thank you guys for being here and all the support. Mods, thank you so much. Please give it up for the mods, guys, with little clappy hands, or just say thank you. It really helps them to realize how important they are. So we are a wildfire tracking team, guys. I can't do it without you. Thank you for your local advice, for the pats on the head, for encouraging others. Thank you for the kind donations. I'm so sorry. My phone, I believe, is on low battery. The watch died, and that's the easiest way to check the donations. I'm so sorry I haven't given you your hearts. Consider these missing hearts. Hey, ABBY. What house on fire? ABB, do you just want me to not sleep or something? Oh, making a chain. But, K-Cal? Yeah, we've been live. The stream has been live. I missed 4 hours approximately at the dentist, but we've been live for what's 12 plus 12 plus 4, 15, right? 12 plus 12 plus 4, 28 hours and a quarter. So I'm going to sleep as long as I need to. I've had a really kind of messed up week. My tooth broke on Friday. I haven't been eating enough or sleeping enough. So now I'm going to just pass the heck out. So remember, nighttime is when it's most important for us to be around to help walk people through a crisis, because that's when the media is offline and so are the officials. So we have red flag until Friday, friends. So we just gotta slog through it. Count down the days until the wet season finally freaking arrives. It cannot get here too soon. I don't know of any wet in the forecast, but we can only pray, right? Eventually, 2024's fire season will end. And sorry, it's way too painful to speak anymore. If I missed anybody, sorry. Just remember, subscribe, ring bell if you want to know if we go live. If you don't want to make a YouTube account, but you want to find us again, there's a loophole around it. Bookmark the channel. So you hit the K logo and just do an actual bookmark right here. You hit the star button or whatever for your browser. And that's a great way to just click it, boom, star, or whatever on your browser. Put it in the bookmarks bar, so you have a cheat area up here with the bookmarks bar. And boom, you could just click and find us. The latest live broadcast is always right here. So that if you don't want to make a YouTube account, just bookmark the page for the channel. And you can go and hit the community is where I make posts and I give you updates on my life or why I'm streaming or why I'm not. And these are like a bulletin board. So, like, for example, if you saw this 8 days ago, I said, sorry, I'm not doing a New Year's stream because I witnessed a violent crime. A lot of people don't know what community posts are, but that's what they are. You hit the live button, you see my archive, and just search it by date. Most of my videos are sorted by date. So most fires, like a time capsule of history. Some of the 2020s were lost because I didn't understand that part. I didn't understand that you had to stop a video at 12 hours or it's not saved. But after that, the Dixie Fire, the tornadoes, and the like that we saw live on the stream, fire tornadoes and whatnot. Many incredible things are in my archives. But sorting by date, if you want to know about a fire that affected you or whatever in the past. So if I have a thumbnail, it's because I show whatever the hell happened. I don't do clickbaity stuff. When we went to the eclipse, I showed you guys the eclipse live. Only 400 people viewed it, which was really weird, but hey. So, pumpkin patch stuff, blast from the past. Mostly it's non-stop fire coverage. That usually terminates at a 12-hour mark. So, anyway, friends, and you're not supposed to stream from the air. I didn't know that at the time, so just ignore that one. That one doesn't exist. I totally did not go live above Tahoe. Totally did not. That didn't happen. I didn't realize that was illegal. That's fine. But there's plenty for somebody to peruse. If you miss my voice to go to sleep, well, here's like thousands of hours of it. Yeah, this stuff actually happened. Yeah, it's pretty unreal. It's just hard to believe any of this is real. If I showed myself this, here's Red Monday, the first one that survives. The Paradise was when I had a different YouTube account. I don't know if any of the Paradise stuff survives except for some clips, but other than that, this is day one, Red Monday. This is what I called the Bad Labor Day. I thought I'd do Firestream for a week or two. I didn't accept any donations, and I thought that'd be done because the officials would do this, right? Officials would keep people informed about evacuations, right? They'd have maps that made sense, right? One-stop shopping for information, right? No, they never have gotten anything right. And here we are. If I showed myself this stuff, like back in 2020, and said, this is what I'd be doing. Oh, here's one of the fire vortexes. Center of the pyrocumulus. If I told myself I'd be doing this, I'd run away screaming and fake my own death. I swear to God. It just sort of happened. Fires in Oregon happened, and then California, and then Southern California, and I just kept going. And then the reason I was able to, I realized after a couple of months went by in 2020, I can't do this. I can't. I didn't accept any donations, and I didn't run ads, so I lost 2 months' income out of 12 months of the year. That sucked a lot. In fact, I think it almost went 4 months, come to think of it. What, Labor Day till December, the fires got rained out in late October or early November, so either way, it was very painful. I learned the lesson. So you guys with financial donations enable us to continue, and the moderators and the hardcore supporters and those who just show up and help out in many ways. Even if it's just what I heard here, here's a link. You guys make it possible. I was trying to make it Wildfire Tracking Team when I tried to name this, and it didn't fit. So, dang it. But if we made t-shirts, if we got a store and reached 10,000 plus subscribers, I think we could have a store. And we could finally get our Hero Helper hoodies and mugs. I think it's swag logo, you know. We could do coffee cups. So I don't know how many, but we reached it 10.3K. Okay, we got to maintain it though. YouTube unsubscribes people. They say that it's bots and stuff. No, it's regular people. Unless you really produce content like every week, then YouTube punishes you and unsubscribes 30 people a month. Then it starts getting worse. So if the fire season ends or this fire is no longer happening to you, please don't unsub. Maybe just turn off notifications. Because if we have 3,000 people unsub at the same time, or like what happened in other fires, I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to know about fires later either. I don't even like doing what I'm doing generally. I do it because I want to help people. Unfortunately, the result is that YouTube thinks that you insulted many thousands of people and they all just unsubbed because they don't like your content. Because YouTube's algorithm is dumb as a post. It's still stuck in the 90s or whatever it started, thinking that everybody's entertainment. There's only one reason for thousands of people to unsub at once, and that's you offended somebody. So unfortunately, we've struggled to come back after the fire season's end. There's too many people unsub. I don't know how we can avoid anything like that, but hopefully we could stay above 10. I think we had almost 14,000 subs at one point. But then again, Tahoe was on fire. A lot of people tuned in from around the world about that. Joshua says you're right. YouTube's algorithm is dumb as a box of rocks. Exactly is. Hey, Mr. Tahoe, speak of the devil. Whoa. There's a new one. Well, unfortunately, supposedly they're changing it all the time. But there still is no category for public service. So no matter what, I'm stuck in news and politics. And there's certain expectations for a news channel, like make news every day, or at least every week. I pass out for weeks at a time after the brutality of the fire seasons, especially summer, is over. So Yeah, I'd like to know more about it. Do tell us. But I have to literally, truly now, stop talking or I will lose my voice tomorrow or whenever I wake. Tahoe says the new algorithm takes percentage of people that are subscribed that constantly watch your content. Depending on that percentage, depends if they push to new audiences or not. That's fascinating. Yeah, I'd like to know more, but in general, like the algorithm, it it has so many dumb things, like the unsubscribe thing. I've never heard it explained in a different way. YouTube's algorithm just can't understand why thousands of people would unsub at once unless you really went out of your way to offend somebody or the masses. Matthew H. says, if you want to look at the fire in Studio City, KCAL has it on their YouTube channel. Yeah, please do, guys. Visit Fire Photo Girl on Twitter if you could stomach watching homes burn and stuff. She's been heroic. She's been putting out some of the fires and helping. Yeah, Matthew, go ahead and link it if you want. That's fine. What I don't like people doing is linking to like conspiracy channels or other places that directly compete with me for. I really don't care about competition. I mean, for like people compete directly with me for viewers. But they are willing to lure viewers in with bullshit. Excuse me, bull crap. It's after 9. Whoops, not after midnight. Sorry, potty mouth. So, that's the fear-mongering types. We're being targeted by XYZ conspiracy, right? Since I'm here to soothe and reassure, I really don't like it if there's a link shared to somebody who's freaking out the public. I don't know if they're mentally ill or if they're playing everybody for fools. I don't really know, but there's a bunch of channels that do that. So they're the ones I forbid the links or mentioning of those channels. They can go ahead and do it if they want. I don't have to respect what they do, but I also don't have to watch, so I don't have to comment, and I don't want to pick a fight with anybody. However, I don't want people driven to the exact messages I'm trying to debunk, myth bust, So Fox 11 has Studio to Studio on right now. Okay, I don't mind showing them. Fox 11. Like legit news stations. Generally fine. Oh God, but you see, I try not to show any of that. So devastation is what we don't show, so that's not what we even want to show as a picture.
Not as windy as last night, so we do know that LA City Fire, LA County Fire, they've been very thrilled to be able to at least use their air assault firefighting methods as well, and they have been proving to be very successful. I feel like I see, maybe that's actually probably not one of those water dropping helicopters. I'm not quite sure, but this is a dramatic fire. This is very visual, and again, this area, there are so many.
I'm sorry, it's a freaking house on fire. I didn't understand what we were looking at. That was 11 hours ago. So it said live at Studio City. Where the hell is Studio City and what is it? Honestly, not clicking in my head. Is it a place that's on fire? This is 11 hours ago, so I'm not sure what is going on. So, yeah, you know what? It's actually pretty difficult live TV to just like say something that resembles something intelligent, especially for long periods of time. I'm sure I sound like an idiot much of the time. But yeah, journalists and news anchors have to constantly speak and then interact with each other. Yeah. Oh, the live stream started 11 hours ago, so that was current. Well, okay, that's totally fine to link people to. We just have to give them a warning that you're going to see homes burning down live like that. It's possible, Didymus. I usually would shut down that conversation, but it's actually possible. Arsonists tend to work alone. It's unusual for them to be in pairs, unless it's insurance fraud jobs. That's the big, organized crime can always be a teamwork thing. But we do have to be on the lookout for arson, but they're typically solo arsonists. Just anything unusual in your neighborhoods. Take long walks that you don't usually do, longer routes. Do a citizens neighborhood watch, like start it up and do it. And maybe they'll pick a different damn neighborhood if there's a lot of vigilant people walking around, and just being vigilant citizens. And be like the people at the trailhead who saw a strange vehicle that seemed out of place with a guy not dressed for any sort of outdoor activity. A guy who mumbles to himself, goes off and rushes back to his car and peels away, Then later there's a fire where he came from. That kind of gut feeling of something's not right. I'll take the picture now. You can delete it later. But don't wish that you had taken it, especially get license plates. Cops can do a lot with that information. They can't do anything with, well, it was an old car, beige, and I don't know. I don't remember too much about it. It was a white guy, tall, lanky, and smelled like milk. Okay, what are the police going to do with that, That was something they can use. So you can always delete photos. You can always delete camera footage. Check your security cams. Motion detected. What is that motion? A lot of times criminals will scout out the area first, or there's other quotes like from movies, like we covet what we see every day, from Silence of the Lambs. It's something about criminals that act impulsively. Is they keep seeing something that tempts them every day until they give in to that impulse. So you can apply that to firebug type arsonists, but not all arsonists are firebugs. They're actually pretty rare. There's number one motivation for arson is revenge. It's a very short-sighted, extremely frustrating, brain-dead kind of thing, but where they don't care, and they oftentimes don't anticipate or visualize the results of their own actions beyond a couple of minutes. Or either that, they just don't care. So they might try to burn a neighbor out that they have a feud with. That guy never cleans up his yard. It's so messy. I'm going to clean it up for him. With the fireworks. That person did not think ahead about where the winds might carry it, that a school nearby might grow up. They are so selfish and will evil. They just get excited by the prospect of that revenge. Oh boy, Mr. Tahoe's is a conspiracy of celebrities. They rechanged it. Every single fire that's happened, they've changed the name, except for the Palisades one. It's a new fire that just started. Okay. Sorry guys, I'm about brain dead. When I say I'm about to go to sleep, new fires erupt. I'm sorry, I did it again. But please use the links that Josh is providing. I'll look at Verdugo Peak, but like I said here, give a warning to people. Oh, you mean Studio City like Hollywood studio? Oh, God. Not like a Radio City Music Hall, like it's a building, you mean like a city? Okay. I was thinking it was a studio in a building called Studio City. I've been sleep deprived a long time. Great. So, yes, what I'm trying to say, though, is the number one reason for arson is revenge. But the scariest type is I want revenge on the world. If you really want to never sleep again, one of the worst things that's ever happened to humanity is a man-made mass murder disaster. Guy in South Korea is mad at the world, or wants the world to hear his plight, wants to pay attention to him, wants to help him, starts getting more angry at society. He had a botched surgery, nobody seems to care, and he wants attention. Somebody should care, somebody should help. Why isn't everybody doing that? So he went onto a subway, doused it with flammables, accelerants, and then let that match, So he didn't die. He was found later with burns and stuff, muttering about how the world owes him a living or something. It was a huge mass fatality event. He didn't mean to kill hundreds of people or dozens or how many died, but he couldn't know that there was an automatic locking system of the doors that trapped people inside the burning subway car, and other engineering type disaster failures. However, he still didn't really give a damn. Like, he was willing to hurt people for his own gain. So that's one of the scariest forms of revenge is I want revenge on the world. And the second part of the equation is those who feel powerless want to feel powerful. So the motivation for some is kind of like the motivation for virus programmers. Those programmers that make a virus don't really want to steal your credit card or do anything. They're in a competition with other virus programmers. How many computers can I shut down? I can do that. I can be bigger and worse threat to the world. My virus could be on the cover of Time magazine. Time magazine was stupid enough to do that. They put the I love you virus on their cover, and that inspired a whole bunch of would-be regular mild-mannered computer programmers to become evil hackers and virus programmers. And when they found out they could make them famous. So, no, ODARF, there's no containment whatsoever. They're still not even really in firefighting mode. They don't have enough crews. They're still in evacuate people and put out the occasional structure fire mode because they don't have enough crew. And the skeleton crews they ran into the ground are going to have to sleep for days. So help is on the way from various states, places like Oregon. I may have seen a couple going south today on I-5. So I went to the dentist. Who knows? Maybe they were just going to Wilsonville. I don't know. Wild One says, mods, have anybody heard of the military police being called in to help out with the regular police? Sometimes. Joshua says, agenda-free TV is covering the fire in a way that doesn't show any of the homes burning, so it's safe to watch. He's using radio comms too. Okay, I really don't mind handing it off to him. I haven't seen much of his content, but a lot of people endorse, so I'll take your word for it. James, thank you so much for your kind donation. Thank you, friends. There's too much of that. I love his newscaster look. I've been trying to get one that's similar. Not to his, but as a newscaster kind of thing. It's called a theme. Mine's real primitive. He's live.
Rogers.
So here's, if you see his face like so, and like here's, like he's got a very pro background look to things. He's watching press conferences. Yeah, try not to puke, guys. So here's his stream. Hit the button and go to his channel and hit the like button. I am going to shut down completely because the computer needs to restart. The browser is going to crash. James Lissett says, I know we can't talk about the ongoing Fukushima core meltdown effects. It's about the health of the microbiology. It's been wiped out that can't defend itself against fire. Sorry if it's true. We could talk more about that some other time, sure. I don't ban subjects like Fukushima. That's fine. When crisis is calmed down, it's easier to talk about non-fire topics. But disasters in general, I have an interest in learning about in order to prevent them. And nukes, I've got a lot of interest in. Good suggestion. I forgot, to check if he was online. Sister Golden Hair endorses as well. I do want something, especially his scrolling thing at the bottom, to talk about new evacuations. We had that once functional. Unfortunately, it broke, and they said, well, for $16 a month, you could have one that works. I'm like, oh, seriously? The ticker, the scrolling words. So we also ran out of words. Like, you would think you could put infinite words on it, and it would just scroll till the end and then start again. But when we kept adding evacuation zones, the text got smaller and smaller. I'm like, oh God. So you have to buy the theme that looks like a news thing like this to make things function. So what I'm going to try to do is customize it. It's got to look like it's my own. So here is his stream. Go there and hit the like button and subscribe to him if you like him. Like I said, I haven't gotten the opportunity to watch a lot of anybody else's content, period. I've been live this whole time. The crawler, yes. It's called a Chiron. Yes, crawler stuff. Thank you. Native Badge, how you doing? Hey, you endorse him too? Okay, well, I like him more already. I went in there once and said, hi, how are you? A couple of times, actually. He goes, hi. That's about the extent of our interaction. I tried to be helpful in chat for a few things. I had no idea who the hell I was. That's okay. That's okay. I have a couple funny stories like that where for some reason I got the impression that they had heard of me, and so I'm like, hey, what's up? And they're like, who the hell is she? So I'll tell you those stories later. All right, friends. Yeah, they renamed the Studio City Fire to the Sun Swept Fire just because, you know what? That's dumb. That's retarded. Guys, you don't name a fire something that sounds exactly like another one that's ongoing. So sunset and sun swept. Can you imagine the radio chaos where they're going to misunderstand each other? That was ridiculous. Sunset Fire in the Hollywood Hills, and we're going to rename one to the Sun Swept. Okay. Where the hell is it, by the way? Excuse me, guys. The pain's hitting me. I'm starting to curse. Oh, it was just hiding in there. But yet again, another fire nearby. This is the third fire start. The third in a couple of hours in the same region. So, what happened yesterday? How many fires broke out in hills above population centers? Approximately 3 as well. All right. Only you can prevent arson by seeing something and saying something. Remember, no vigilante mobs, please. The camera is more powerful than the sword. Use it for good. All right, friends. Good night. And before I say I'm going to bed again, that'll just cause another fire to happen. I'm just going to leave real quick. T-Dust says, hey, British Navy used to have starboard and larboard before they changed it to port and starboard. Yeah, I can get that. Thank you, Matthew H. and everybody. All the nods. Yep, can't make this up. Yeah, you can't make anything. Yeah, okay. All right, friends. I'm sorry if I missed any actual questions for me or about things. Let me go back up. Thank you for all your kind donations, Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal as well. I'm so sorry. When I get when I get a theme, it should automatically connect to these accounts and say when somebody did a donation and show it on the screen. I just don't know how to set that up yet. I know some other streamers. I can ask them about it. There's been thousands of terrorists arrested in LA in the last few months. Wait, what? I don't know about that. However, we can discuss that later. Thing about terror, though, is don't worry about that too much. What is terror for? Causing terror. So terror groups want the world to know that they did something. That is the point. So a terror group takes responsibility. So a real, true terrorist cell, you would find out who's responsible. They would want to take responsibility. Now, saboteurs are different, and that's totally different. But the actual capital T word, you'd be hearing about it. Even if they are lone wolves, they leave some sort of a note manifesto or something. Okay, but remember, just the number one motivation for arson is revenge by stupid, bitter people. And if they're willing to commit such a crime, they're willing to do it multiple times. There's no such thing as like one incident of arson for an arsonist. So I'm sorry that's leaving on a dour kind of sour note, but really I have to get offline before I pass out. I fight sleep like a child on Christmas Eve night. It's actually fighting adrenaline. When I reach this point, part of me wants to hang around for a second to see if there is a new crisis that I could somehow help with. Sleep is not something that comes easy even after exhaustion like this. I remember I stayed awake for like 2 or 3 days because places I knew and loved were in danger. And when I finally decided to shut down the stream and actually sleep, it's because I saw tankers doing a whole bunch of drops. So I thought the town that I had great connection to was safe. So I went to sleep very confident that they got it. There were so many retardant drops right in front of it. Just like half the forest was right in front of the town. So I was awake for 2.5 to 3 days, so I decided to sleep as long as I wanted to. And I kind of awoke several times like a nightmare. And then I checked the phone when I realized I just can't get back to sleep. And the news, the first thing I checked was the news, and it said the town burned down, like to the ground. And that's when I realized the nightmare was totally real. The entire town burned down after I went to sleep. And so I find it really difficult to get to bed. I twitch awake, like, okay, I check the phone constantly till I go to bed. When I woke up, there were dozens of missing people. Yeah, and maybe that's the thing. The second wind sucks sometimes. So I sometimes get it after I finally unplug the stream, like the computer's off. There's so much relief, the stress of being live and monitoring everything. And like, I'm very acutely aware that something like 75,000 people saw me today, which just blows my mind. How many views did we get? I forgot at the last broadcast. How many views? Be under live. 66,000. We got 66,000 views when I started the stream before this last one. I'm blown away. Not used to that. So when I finally shut down the computer, there's this relief of the stress of like the whole sitting up live and being in front of the TV, the camera, and the stress of trying to help people. That all goes away. All of a sudden, I'm feeling like a second wind. No, I don't want a second wind. I want to be exhausted again, please. Body, what are you doing? I'm so sorry. That's agenda-free TV. I want to show that that's where you guys should go. Trigger warning for the fire sensitive, of course. I don't know what he might show. Hopefully it won't be too much destruction. So once again, wait, well, not that link. Not fire activity. Misclick. Here it is. Here it is again, because probably some people can't scroll up and chat if they just tuned in. Sorry, we're going to bed. So, I hope that explains it. It's not meant to be like a, oh, woe is me thing. Psychologically, we're very complicated creatures, aren't we? It helps me to deal psychologically with what I'm saying with you guys here. I used to monitor fires alone and, well, drove myself crazy with Paradise biting my fingernails off. I was too shy to have a webcam or anything. I helped people in regular chat. That sort of broke the ice when people said I was being helpful. So, I went, really? Okay. So let's go to bed. Let's go to bed. Okay. And without jinxing things, guys, go see Agenda Free TV. Remember, hit the subscribe button and support the channel and help people find us. But please help other people find us. Help hit the share button and share the stream or the channel page with those who just don't know we exist and don't understand that YouTube can do this, right? Elderly. And on your own social media, that sort of thing. That helps. The best way to help us help others is free. And thank you everybody who's doing the donations. Thank you mods. Thank you friends. I'm going to just totally log off here before something else happens. So I'm going to sleep for as long as I need to. Red flag goes until Friday. So we got to pace ourselves somewhat, right? Good night, friends, and good luck.